Make money. Pay taxes.
Go ahead. One more thing. So how we are going to talk about would it be add something like you were to say that we are actually another thing that we want to mention is we're getting ready for will be August 1st. No, it would, that would just be this basically this is just actually just letting them know that these are the dates, and that way they'll be like, hey, the notices have already been out. So maybe like
Good morning, everyone. The time is 3 minutes after 9. I am calling the regular meeting of the Doña County Board of County Commissioners to order. We will begin with the invocation. Chaplain Bill Stickles from the Doña County Detention Center. Welcome, Chaplain.
Thank you. As we come to pray together today, let us thank the Lord for his guidance and direction over our plans. Psalms 121:7 says, unless the Lord builds a house, they labor in vain who build it. Unless the Lord guard the city, the watchman keeps watch in vain. Philippians 4:6, it says, do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer, with petition, with thanksgiving, present your request. Let us give thanks. I thank you, Lord, for the wisdom and guidance, safety and good health for all county officials, for the county commissioners, the county managers, staff, and all who work within the county. I thank you for our police officers, our firemen, detention center staff and officers, all the maintenance and sanitary workers, and all the county employees that work in unseen places that we don't recognize sometimes, but they're doing their jobs. I thank you for doctors and nurses within our counties, and I pray for their good health as well and their wisdom and knowledge that you give them. I thank you for people who volunteer within our community, that you keep them in good health and watch over them. I thank you for those that are behind bars today, that they would recognize that this is not the plan that you have for them, but you have a much better plan for their life. Help them to get off from drugs and alcohol and other things that they've gotten themselves involved with, and becomes good citizens, so they'll help make our community a better place. I thank you for my ministry to the Good News Jail and Prison Ministry here in Doña County and around the U.S. and around the world. I often tell the inmates Jeremiah 29:7, which says to seek the peace of the city wherever you've been carried away captive, for in its welfare you will have welfare. Give the commissioners guidance and wisdom as they look at their agenda today to help make wise and good decisions that will help determine our county's future without thought for what's best for me, but what's best for our county. Help them to have clear minds and help them to be able to focus and concentrate on what is ahead of them. Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if there's anything excellent or praiseworthy, think on these things, from Philippians 4. May the Lord be praised and bless the work that is done here, and bless those who are doing the work. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Now we move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask Mr. Lorenzo Alba to approach the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we will do roll call of commission members present and determine quorum. Randy?
Commissioner Murillo? Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Present.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
Present.
Commissioner Chair Chaparro?
Present, we have a quorum. The County Commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. There are a few items. Let me begin with item number 2, the Summer Enrichment Internship Program. I'm going to ask that we please go to that item at 9:30 this morning, because we will have Secretary Romero with the Public Education Department participating through WebEx, and he has a limited time on his schedule. My understanding, that it has Commissioner Reynolds' concurrence, is that item number 5, the hearing on the ordinance amending the county regional spaceport gross receipts tax, is being removed from today's agenda.
Is that correct, Commissioner Reynolds?
Madam Chair, it is.
Thank you.
And then finally, Madam Chair, if we can just show a degree of flexibility for the presentation of item number 30. I don't believe that it'll take very long, and the commission is already familiar with LEDA commitments to the Franklin Mountain packaging. There's a limited time frame there, and I'll come back to you because I don't know exactly at what time I may ask that that be moved forward from its current position on the agenda. And I believe that other than that, and my understanding is that Commissioner Murillo is arriving now, and she'll be joining us shortly. I believe that those are the changes.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We will move on to Pet Showcase. Mr. Macias?
Thank you. Again, good morning. On behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, I'd like to inform those that are here in the audience this morning, as well as those that may be viewing the proceeding, that the Commission takes advantage of every one of its formal meetings to advocate for the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley. So let's begin with our cat of the week. Although you can see from the design, the hairstyle that Greg is wearing today, it reminded me, for those that have a memory, of Mo from the Three Stooges, since it has that nice part down the middle. So Greg is 2 years old, a domestic short hair. I have an ear tip because I was originally TNR'd. That means trapped, neutered, returned. But I was brought in later by a nice person who recognized I was just too friendly to live my life outdoors. I absolutely love pets so much that I will constantly brush up on your hands and legs. I just want a home that will love me as much as I will love them. And that is Greg, our cat of the week. Cody is our dog of the week, and also 2 years old and a large mix, 62 pounds. I am a handsome boy with a whole lot of love to give. I am treat motivated, and I already know how to sit. I am eager to please my humans and just want my forever family that will help teach me some new commands and how to be an overall perfect family companion. My ideal day is spent going on nice walks and then settling down for the evening for pets and treats. Adoption opportunities are going to take place this weekend at Calichi's at the Lennox location. And then at the Red, White, and Cute adoption event that has been going on all month long. Again, these opportunities are available to the public this weekend, but the ability to adopt either a cat or dog from the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley is there nearly every day of the week. And on behalf of the board, we want to encourage people to consider adding a loving companion to their lives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We will now move on to employee recognition. The commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for those of you that are here in the audience, we take advantage of recognizing employees at each of the board's meetings in order to celebrate the milestone that they have reached. We have 2 employees that are here with us today. The first individual to recognize is here for 25 years of service, Ms. Cristina Tina de la Torre. If you'd please come forward. You have to face the audience and blush a little bit, okay? Don't be just looking at me. Okay, so I had to clarify with Tina that this wasn't a trick. She's here for 25 years, and in the past, we've had individuals reaching their 25th year, and then the following month they come and they're retiring. So they do it in order to get 2 recognitions and 2 different gifts over here. She assured me that that's not going to happen, at least not next month. Cristina de la Torres first joined Doña County in May of 1998 as a data entry clerk in the assessor's office. Her role was reclassified to office specialist in 1999. In 2004, she became a document technician. Later that same year, she was promoted to personal property supervisor, the role that she holds today. She supervises the assessor's front office staff. She's responsible for customer service to taxpayers and county personnel. She also leads the maintenance of all manufactured homes, businesses, livestock, and state-assessed company records in the county. And by that, I hope you all realize this is someone that you'd like to get to know very well as she's overseeing all of the assessments that's occurring. At work, Tina is known for her knowledge, customer service, and ability to ask questions and offer input or insights. She is caring and willing to help others. She values the employees who report to her and wants them to be well and happy. She is most proud of the knowledge she has accumulated over the years and how she has grown professionally. At home, she enjoys spending time with her 2 grandkids. So, ladies and gentlemen, for 25 years, since 1998, of service to our community, please join the commission in giving Miss Cristina Tina de la Torre a round of applause.
It's recent. It's a recent change.
No wonder it was throwing me off. Because this says a different last name, so I thought, uh-oh. Did we okay, so to Cristina de la Torre, Serna de la Torre, in appreciation for and recognition of 25 years of dedicated service to Doña County on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and County Management from May of 1998 through May of 2023. And if we can have a picture taken, please. Yeah. And Madam Chair, the last honoree today is Miss April Sosa for 20 years of service. Hard to believe looking at her that she's even 20 years old, let alone 20 years of service. April Sosa returned to Doña County in the assessor's office in June of 2003 as an office specialist after a brief stint in the finance department. In 2004, her role became a document technician assistant. She was promoted to document technician in 2006. In 2015, she was promoted to the administrative assistant, the role that she holds today. In this role, she is responsible for a variety of duties, such as creating requisitions and purchase orders. She orders supplies for the department in order for it to function efficiently, organizes meetings, and maintains the office budget. Leveraging her excellent organizational and time management skills, she works directly with the assessor and the chief deputy assessor, supporting their decision-making process on all matters that relate to the office. When needed, she occasionally helps the front office staff answering questions and providing guidance to taxpayers, even in person or on the phone. You know, I don't write these things. So I would have changed, she occasionally helps the front office, like, oh, every once in a while you'll, be forced to help them. Oh, I'm sorry, that came out the wrong way. She also finds time at home to make custom-made cakes. Okay, so did one arrive here today for the commission? No. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that there are a number of the assessor employees here with us today, so make sure that you stand up and cheer real loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, please join the commission in thanking and congratulating April for 20 years of dedicated service to the residents of Doña County. Again, to April Sosa, in appreciation and recognition of 20 years of dedicated service to the Doña County on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and County Management. Thank you again, April. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. That completes our employee recognition for today.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We will now move on to public input. Remember that you have 3 minutes to speak, and please approach the podium. Those of you that want to make public comments or speak to the commission, and please sign the book to your left. Is there anyone that would like to approach the podium? Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, community members. I come before you as a business owner in the space of cannabis already in operation in La Union in our community. I wish that success would translate into the item that I'm bringing forth you all today, and that is the delay in processes for another cannabis business that I am part of and founder of, which is a farm. We're now at a 16-month window of waiting on permits for said second operation, being the farm operation. Now, I don't know many of you that can operate a business for 16 months with zero income, but we are running out of time on this matter. And that time delay has come at the expense of being bumped around with no clear direction as to what the county is really requiring. You know, we receive checklists or items that we're told to do, and we complete those items, and then we get another round of rebuttal saying that what we've turned in is not what's being requested. So this statement comes at the hands of wanting some kind of a clear process, a linear, identifiable process as to what needs to be done in order to achieve the successful opening operation and awarding of the 11 items that I'm seeking permission for. And because of this, you know, this is an operation where we're trying to do everything by the books. I mean, I know that there's many operations that may not have a clear understanding of what the process is to open a business, the permitting requirements that are necessary. I have been dedicated to understanding the processes of Doña County and trying to fulfill all of those items. But in 16 months, 11 of those items are still unchecked, unauthorized. So those permits are in a holding limbo. Now, normally when stuff is completed, I don't know how other businesses operate, but normally when, you know, you receive a task, you complete the task, you're awarded a permit for said task. 11 permits are still pending, 16 months after I initially began this journey. And as an existing business owner in this community, I find it devastating that this opportunity for more tax generation is being held out to dry. And I ask you all for your assistance in understanding this process and achieving my goal to open a farm. Thank you very much.
And sir, for those people that are listening on WebEx, would you please introduce yourself?
I'm sorry about that. My name is Joseph Puentes. I am one of the owners of the Green Matrix in La Union, New Mexico, in an attempt to open a farm in La Mesa, New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Puentes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you, community. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to approach the podium and address the commission? Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Jim Hurst, and thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'll begin with a sentence from the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. In other words, religion is none of the state's business. The state should neither suppress nor support religion. The ritual of prayer in these proceedings is the promotion of religion. The ritual, likewise, at every meeting, this commission promotes pet adoption. I'm told that my life would be better if I had a pet, particularly the adorable creature featured today. One can argue about the benefits of pets. My 4 dogs certainly benefit from being my pets. The mutuality of this benefit is up for debate, especially after the mess I had to clean up this morning. One can argue about the benefits of religion. I recognize that it's often considered impolite, but nonetheless, the issue is not settled. It is not clear that there is a benefit to society from religion. I maintain that prayer in these proceedings suggests that the solutions to our problems are to be found in a God and not in ourselves. That is a fallacy. The Constitution, if not in letter, then certainly in spirit, forbids the establishment and promotion of religion. Again, I beg you to put an end to the ritual of prayer in these proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other person that would like to address the commission? Please step forward. Good morning.
Mark Veith, District 1. Truth and lies. Gone over it before. The Bible, we know is truth. We can find that through history and through mathematics, which is a science. Climatology is not a science, and the way it's being used is false. having said all that, we are being pushed into electric this, green that, and it's at our expense to make billionaires richer and us poorer. As a volunteer fireman or a former volunteer fireman, electric vehicles are a nightmare for a fire department. You can't put water on electricity, and recently there's been videos that have come out that show that if 2 electric cars get into a serious accident, you have multiple explosions, like over 10 multiple explosions endangering everything within, I would say, 100 yards of those vehicles. Electric vehicles is not the solution. That includes buses for transporting children and whatever else that comes up. Having said that, our founding fathers used the Federalist Papers as the sounding board of where they should go with religion and government. If there had been a problem with church and state in the beginning, wouldn't our founding fathers have done something about that instead of letting it go 160 years down the road before somebody threw the hand grenade? And as I understand, that hand grenade was thrown by a Ku Klux Klan member at the Catholic Church, is where that was started. So separation of church and state is only to keep the church from running the government and the government from running the church, which was happening in Europe. The town that I lived in, very close to it, a cardinal went to the government and said, this town over here is Protestant, and they went over and they genocided that town because the cardinal asked for that, because there was no separation in church and state. Thomas Paine, as I said once before, he is not a founding father. He was a Brit that came over and did a lot to promote our Revolutionary War. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
I saw it's 9:30, Mr. Macias.
thank you. If we could interrupt these proceedings so that we can go to item number 2 on the agenda, 2023 Summer Enrichment Internship Program presentation. I see that we have now been joined by Secretary Romero, and I believe that we'll be bringing him up on the screen momentarily. Okay, and so as we begin this item, Madam Chair, I want to make sure that Lonnie Davis and Meg Haynes are up here in the front. We are going to, you have a presentation, and again, it was the presentation that was published. It's a PowerPoint presentation. But actually, we did that in order for the commission to be able to see the magnitude of the summer internship program and how it has evolved these last 3 years. We're going to present it in a video format so that the public can see it. Also, Secretary Romero and others that are viewing the proceedings. It's about a 3-minute video, and then with your permission, if we can have Secretary Romero then provide some additional comments or remarks. So let me have our IT office please dim the lights a little bit and then proceed to present the video.
We're thrilled to be celebrating the incredible success of our 2023 Student Internship Program, as well as our partnership with the New Mexico Department of Public Education and our community. In just 3 years, participation in the internship program has soared. During the first year, the program placed 547 students and provided $10.50 per hour for 120 hours. The second year, the program increased the numbers of students placed to 850 and increased the pay to $13 per hour. Now, in the third year of the program, the number of students participating has jumped to 1,380. This growth has allowed the program to provide students with a starting pay of $15 an hour for up to 200 hours.
My experience has been awesome. From the very beginning, I was able to go out and be a part of an event they were opening, and it was really cool just to see the PIO in action, to be a part of it, to actually hold the camera. It was a really cool experience that I really didn't know I would get anywhere else. Thank you to everyone in the county commissioners, the county manager, the assistant county manager, Lonnie, who set up the program. It was really awesome this whole summer.
The program has been embraced by a broad spectrum of our community, with participants ranging from organizations like city and county government, school districts, nonprofits, and private businesses throughout the county. The top 5 employers being the City of Las Cruces, the Las Cruces Public Schools, the Gadsden School District, Memorial Medical Center, and Doña County. The internship program included students from the Las Cruces, Gadsden, and Hatch school districts, as well as the area charter schools.
I feel like it sets me up because I'm building a network with people, and I can use that advice that they gave me and apply it to other people and help them. I would say definitely join because, like I said, you can build a network and you can create that opportunities that maybe can bring you back in the future. Like if you don't know what you want to do with your career yet and you get placed somewhere, maybe that's something that you want to do. Maybe that's something that you want to be interested in.
Looking ahead, the consistent increase in participation makes us hopeful of what can be achieved in the upcoming years. Thank you to the Doña County Board of Commissioners for their support of the program. And thank you to the students and staff for your ongoing support and participation.
All right, thank you. And if we could bring the lights back on. I know that we're also being joined by Mark Dusky with the Public Education Department, someone that we've had the pleasure and strong support over the course of the last 3 years related to the program. I do want to take the opportunity before Secretary Romero begins with his remarks just to thank Wilani Davis and the temporary staff that were brought on. But I want to make sure that we absolutely recognize the Human Resources Department. At no point during this 3-year period could we have put the program together like this if we hadn't have had almost an across-the-board support from HR that filled critical points, because something that the video doesn't identify is that we had to onboard every single student and make them a county employee. So over a very contracted, and I'm talking maybe about a month to 5 weeks period of time, we literally had to hire 1,381 employees that were the student base at the same time that we're always constantly in the hiring process within HR. So I do want to make sure that I recognize their very special contributions as well. Madam Chair, with your permission, if I might now turn to Secretary Arsenio Romero, who I want to note has some very strong roots to the Las Cruces area, for any remarks that he may wish to make.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Welcome, Secretary Romero.
Yes, thank you all so much for having me here today. County Manager Macias, it is great to see you. I apologize first for not being there in person. I would much rather be there in person to be able to see everybody. But thank you for having me here today. I'm actually coming to you from Bernalillo over at the Tamaya, where we are working together today with a number of charter schools from across the state, doing some amazing things, and we're celebrating some of their successes. Later on today, I'll be working with coaches, high school coaches from across New Mexico, as we continue to do the wonderful work of providing these activities and athletics for students across New Mexico. But right now, I'm here to talk about this amazing program in Doña County to be able to allow these opportunities for students in Doña County to set them up with internships that are going to really have a positive impact for the rest of their lives. But before I move into that, I wanted to talk a little bit about myself for just a moment. And thank you, County Manager Macias, for really, those introductions. And you were absolutely correct. I have strong ties to the Las Cruces area in Doña County. In fact, that is home for me. So again, thank you for having me here. I grew up in New Mexico, born and raised here. Actually grew up in Belen, and I graduated as an Eagle. And of course, as time went on, as I graduated from Belen High School, I had this amazing opportunity to come be an Aggie for New Mexico State University. I have called Las Cruces my home for the last 30 years, and it is an amazing community. And so again, that's just more of a reason I wish I was there in person right now. And so as I came to be an Aggie back in the mid-90s, I graduated from New Mexico State University with my elementary education background, and that started my career as an educator in New Mexico, where I was a teacher, started off as a teacher there for Las Cruces Public Schools. I'm now well into my 27th year in education. And of course, those roots starting really with my career in Las Cruces, it really has had a huge impact on my life. As I went on to become a principal of many elementary schools in Las Cruces, my first being Jornada Elementary. And so if there's anybody in the room there, I have a feeling that there are so many listening this morning that we either know each other, we're one person away from knowing each other. We're probably related to each other. But I had some amazing just opportunities in Las Cruces and with Las Cruces Public Schools. And one day I get a call from my superintendent as I'm a principal of Jornada Elementary, and he said, "Hey, I need you to do something. I need you to take a risk with me. I want you to come in and help me work with some of the 8 most neediest schools that we have in Las Cruces." And so, of course, I wanted to take on that challenge. And within a few short years, we were able to turn those schools from our lowest performing in the school district to our highest performing in the school district. And that was an amazing opportunity. And much of what we did were the beginnings. These were elementary schools, which were allowed us to do some service learning projects within our community. And this is really the start of what we talk about when we talk about internship opportunities for students, to be able to make those connections with industry, with businesses, and of course the county and the municipalities. Just amazing work to be able to do that. I've also had the opportunity to be a superintendent in this state. This started off with my opportunities within Roswell Independent School District, then coming over to Deming Public Schools, and my latest being with Las Lunas Public Schools. All those having different challenges, different needs, and much of this had to do a lot with the opportunities we provided our high school students through internships and making connections with communities and businesses in those areas. I've also had the opportunity to be a regent for New Mexico State University. I've been able to do some amazing work and build those partnerships between higher education and public education. And this has actually been one of the greatest just opportunities I've had in my life. And so as I think back to me just coming over as a 18-year-old, as a college student with NMSU, being able to move forward with my career with Las Cruces Public Schools and having those connections with Las Cruces and NMSU has been the greatest opportunities of my life. And again, I call Las Cruces home. So now I have this opportunity to be the secretary for the Public Education Department. And here in kind of the tail ends of my career, I'm not quite done yet, but I continue to be able to hopefully have that positive impact on public education, higher education, and building those relationships with everyone around me, including Doña County. So again, thank you for that. I want to talk just for a minute about some of the goals I have as Secretary of Education. And the conversation right now, you are directly involved in some of those goals. So I'm going to start off with our youngest students. We have been investing heavily in early childhood education, developing those relationships between the Public Education Department and the Early Childhood Education Department. And this is a model for all of our country of how we are working together to provide opportunities for our youngest, most precious students, really given the opportunities to be able to have access to early childhood education and really become those pre-readers. And so as they come in as kindergartners, first graders, second graders, they're continuing that work to be able to be successful students with us. But now I'm going to take a leap over to the other side, and these are our high schools. We have been investing greatly over the last few years in CTE programs, career technical education. And again, New Mexico is a model for how we're doing this across the state, across the country, really. And so I want to thank all the innovation happening across high schools across New Mexico, but specifically with schools in Doña County, within Hatch, within Las Cruces Public Schools, and of course Gadsden Schools. There are some amazing programs going on in our high schools to be able to provide students with opportunities that they never had before. And so I talked a little bit about, coming in as a teacher, and talked a little bit about our most precious commodity, which is our students. And as an educator for the last close to 30 years, our goal was always to be able to have our students come in as kindergartners and be able to have a wonderful experience in world-class classrooms in New Mexico, specifically in Doña County, and then graduate so that they can go on and become amazing citizens in our community. But the truth is, it's not enough anymore to be able to just graduate students. That's not enough anymore. If that's all we're doing them a disservice. And so we have all the tools in place to be able to provide so much more of an opportunity for our high school students. What do I mean by that? Definitely, we want to be able to make sure that every one of our students in Doña County are graduating. They're able to graduate, but there's so much more that they could be doing. So one, we want to be able to make sure that if they want to move on into higher education, they have the opportunity to start that journey as a high school student through dual credit. We want every student to have the opportunity to be able to graduate with multiple dual credits. The other thing we want to do is if they're ready to go on into the workforce and that's what they want to do, we want to make sure that we provide them the opportunity to be able to graduate with a certificate of industry in many different opportunities. But this all starts off, whether they want to go the dual credit route or they want to go into the work route, it starts with the opportunities through internships. And that's what we're here to celebrate today, is this opportunity to be able to participate in these internships in simply just making those connections with industry, with our cities and our counties, with our school systems, to be able to make those matches and give them those opportunities that they otherwise wouldn't have. So again, it's an honor to be here to address you as a board, especially since I have so many amazing things to say about our county and the students that live there. For the third summer in a row, the New Mexico Public Education Department has been honored to have high school students across the state learn on the job, to receive a paycheck. This is overseen by our College and Career Readiness Bureau. The 2023 Summer Enrichment Program took place in about 30 governments across the state, either governments or tribal entities. And we used an $8 million fund that the legislative approved. So I want to thank all of our legislators. I want to thank our executives and our governor for being able to provide us with these opportunities. But Doña County, you are a huge standout in this program. You've been featured prominently in press releases that have went out, including our wonderful photographs of the students from the past years, and a quote from our Board of County Commissioners, Chair Susana Chaparro, about this program's success in 2021. Wow. This summer, you had 1,350 interns. That is amazing. Your county did a masterful job of promoting the work of students on your social media platforms. When the Summer Enrichment Internship Initiative first launched in the summer of 2021, Doña County quickly recognized the career development potential in providing high school students with real-world opportunities and placed 547 students in internship opportunities. The commitment to the youth of Doña County by county administration has continued year over year since the program's inception. Students' internships placements have increased each of these 3 years by just over 6% each year. That's amazing. Your young people are considered county employees and covered by workers' compensation and insurance. They can earn up to $3,000 in this internship opportunity. Students have been able to take advantage of internship opportunities spanning a variety of job roles, including working in offices, in the agricultural areas, in hospitals, in animal services, transportation companies, restaurants, catering, and nonprofit settings. That's amazing. I didn't have that opportunity when I was a high school student. These students are already being set up for success moving into those careers. This impact of this achievement on the youth of Doña County has been tremendous. In the post surveys, students reported increased confidence in their career potential and their employability skills, along with more positive outlooks on their future, including becoming more interested in higher education. Again, I am grateful to have had the time with you this morning. Please keep up the work. Doña County, you are innovators. You are risk takers in this. You are paving the way for others to follow you across New Mexico and the country. Internships like the ones you have provided for the past 3 years make such a huge difference in the lives of our students, ensuring that they know career possibilities and they dream big. So thank you for having me here today. Las Cruces, you are home for me. I have 4 kids that have gone through the public school system with Las Cruces Public Schools. 2 have graduated, are now on in their careers with higher education. I have 2 students, both in middle school now, over at Sierra Elementary. School has started. I'm so proud of the work happening in there within Doña County, Las Cruces Public Schools. And again, this is something to celebrate. So thank you for having me here today. And now both myself and with Mark, we stand for any questions you may have, but thank you again for this hard work.
Thank you, Secretary Romero.
Madam Chair, and I'm glad that if Secretary Romero could stay just a little bit longer, I'll understand if he has to get back into his meetings. And I appreciate the fact that he was able to participate. If we could hear just very briefly from Mr. Dusky, because he really is on the day-to-day basis the individual that we're most engaged with at the Public Education Department, but I'm hoping that Secretary Romero can stay long enough to hear from just a few of the students who participated in the program who are here to address the commission as well.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Mr. Dusky?
Yes, thank you to the commission for permitting me to be here. The partnership between Doña County and the New Mexico Public Education Department, and specifically my bureau, as Secretary pointed out, has been long-standing since this program's inception. In many ways, Doña County has very assertively driven the results of the program. Secretary Romero pointed out that Doña Ana, year over year, experienced a 60% growth in student opportunities and placements. But I'd point out that between the first and second year overall, the Summer Enrichment Internship Program experienced 60% growth in placements. And a lot of that, of course, is driven by the results that have taken place in Doña County. So I'm very thankful for their partnership because it has helped the state overall achieve and also garner a sense of possibility. As also Secretary pointed out, having this opportunity was not always available in previous generations. And I think societally we discovered that in at least my generation that we had squandered a lot of resources by permitting students to begin career exploration at the post-secondary level, which is far more expensive. And so this initiative represents a tremendous savings for the state, for the federal government in terms of encouraging students to explore their career possibilities and potential at a much younger age. I'm very thankful for the opportunity to work for the PED and to be able to administer this program, which is a heartfelt investment of my time and energy and anxiety at times, because it's not always easy to broker and move money from the PED out to our county and tribal partners. So, but it's been very, very well worth it, and I thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, before we bring up a couple of students, I just again want to recognize that it's not just bringing on 1,381 students. It is recruiting 325 distinct governmental private business entities throughout the county in order to place the students, in order to give them employment. So I want to share with you that there is an extremely broad-based support for this program, and we really were very successful in being able to recruit enthusiastic business support throughout the community. With that, I believe that Mr. well, let me see. We were going to bring up, I believe that Jamie Michaels has some students that she wanted to just briefly address the commission.
Good morning, Ms. Michaels. How are you?
Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. I'm here today just to share a little bit with you about what some of the young people, some of the student interns did with their employment opportunity with our department. As you all know, every summer at the community centers, we have summer activities that include lunches, social activities, recreational activities, educational activities, and our staff are always extra busy over the summer, so having the additional support from the student interns is fantastic. This year, we were able to distribute over 2,000 meals to young people in Chaparral, Vado, Doña, Butterfield, Oregon, and Radium Springs. In addition to the meals, the staff and the student interns provided lots of opportunities and activities for the children. And it's always, our staff do wonderful things all the time, but sometimes it's hard to measure and capture because a lot of what they do is prevention, and it's hard to count and prove what doesn't happen. But I wanted to share with you 2 weeks ago in Radium Springs, we really had an amazing example of how powerful these young people are when they come to work in these settings and how much of a team they became with our employees. There was a person in the parking lot in the middle of the day at Radium Springs Community Center, and we all know the temperatures here are kind of dangerous if you're outside and you don't have the proper shelter and food and water. So the young people there at the center, the student interns, noticed that this person was not looking well. So they went out and they offered her food and water, which was very helpful, very astute to recognize that there was someone in need and immediately take action. But very soon after that, the individual collapsed from heat stroke, and they jumped into action very quickly. One of our employees carried the individual inside, and one of the student interns administered life-saving first aid. Brought her back, managed her pulse, her body temperature until EMS could be there. So we'd like to recognize our staff members and the student interns that all contributed to this, and there is no doubt that they were able to save that person's life because they acted so quickly and had the skills to administer first aid. So I'd like to ask our division manager, Eric, and a couple of our supervisors, Christina and Vicky, to come up. We have some certificates to provide to the team that took this action. So thank you. Eric?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, first we'd like to invite up Jocelyn Gonzalez. Daniel Aran. Braden Weller Storms. Jesse Holguin. And for county staff, we have Brian Madrano. And Loretta Gonzalez couldn't be with us here today, but I believe she is watching online, so thank you, Loretta.
And Madam Chair, yes, thank you. Congratulations to our students, but Madam Chair, with your permission, if I could have Mr. Lorenzo Alba from Casa de Peregrinos come up with his student intern just to help us wrap up
Of
this matter.
course. And Mr. Alba, before you speak, I'd like to thank those students. You all did an amazing job. Very proud of you. Thank you. Mr. Alba.
I'm Lorenzo Alba, I'm the Executive Director at Casa de Peregrinos, and I am here to absolutely show support for the student intern program. It's been very fruitful for us at Casa de Peregrinos, especially during the summer when we need boots on the ground to help out, especially with our pantries in the rural communities, with the work that we do here at our flagship pantry, and with some of the other programs like the senior program at the senior centers and the student programs at the community colleges and the university. They are strong. They are developing work ethic, which I think is so important. Back when I was a kid, the only kind of work you could find was at the escarda or picking at the farms. Those are the jobs that were available for teenagers. We weren't afforded the same opportunities as they have now. And I think the important thing about this program is to remember that it develops work ethic more than anything else. Not only will they become better students because they're in a work environment, but they will develop a work ethic that will take them a long way when they begin their career sometime in their life. We had great interns this year. I was very happy with their performance. They got to know each other. They were from different schools. Andres Acosta, Alina Reese, Jaden Carrion, Viviana Rausch, and then none other than Crystal Portillo, who's with us today. And let me share with you that she graduated from Arrowhead, and we have now hired her as our volunteer coordinator. She will be part of our staff beginning next week when she finishes up. And I just wanted to share that with the community because that shows how fruitful this program is. And we are just so proud to introduce Crystal Portillo.
Good morning, Crystal.
Commissioner. My name is Crystal Portillo, as you guys have heard. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. I would just like to say that I enjoyed my time as an intern, and I was very sad that it was coming to an end. And then they offered me this amazing opportunity to work with this amazing organization. Like I once said, I am very grateful for the opportunity and very excited to get started. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, also, I'd just like to recognize that although in our PowerPoint presentation, we put the top 10 employers, New Mexico State University and Doña County Community College, Mesilla Valley Transport, G. Sandoval Construction, Community Action Agency of Southern New Mexico, and Bob O's Family Fund Center all made multiple placements. More and more, I'm hearing about students that are transitioning into actual continuingly paid positions because of this internship. We have Senator Jeff Steinborn here in the audience with us today. I can assure you that where we first started 3 years ago, we were receiving kind of ARPA funding. This year, there was a legislative allocation joined with federal funds to really make this possible. So him being able to see the results of that legislative commitment, I think, was very important. Also, I do want to recognize that Commissioner Reynolds had a intern, specifically intern assigned to his operation, and I can attest personally that he spent a considerable amount of time engaging, educating, and directing his student intern. So the reason we put it onto this agenda is because now the majority of the students are beginning to return to school, to basically have completed their 200 hours. There were some that have not, that we're continuing to work with those community partners so that they can complete their 200 hours, but without interfering with their school schedule. With that, I know that Secretary Romero asked if there are any questions. I don't know if the commission wants to ask any questions of him or Mr. Dusky.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. First of all, I'd just like to state that thank you, Secretary Romero, and thank you, Mr. Dusky. I've heard from so many employers and so many students this year regarding their internships, and we are so excited about it and so grateful. As a high school student, I was digging footings for my dad because he was a cementero. And so that is a far cry from what these students are doing this time around. The opportunities, we are so grateful for. They're endless. They have an opportunity to look at other options for them, and that to me is so meaningful. I'd like to thank the county staff and Lanny. I know what a tremendous job you all did. And so you've made such an impact on our students that I'm sure will not be forgotten. Commissioners, any questions, any comments?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez.
I did have some questions. I know for County Manager Macias, I know something he just talked about was the 200-hour maximum that the students were allowed, or the interns were allowed to work. And given the schedule that they had to work around, I was wondering how many students do we will or be planning to complete the 200 hours?
Certainly the majority of the 1,381, the strong majority will be completing it, and that's why I mentioned that we will come close to that full number. The reason that it was shortened is because the Las Cruces Public Schools had their condensed or their abbreviated schedule, which really only gave students the 6 weeks. So if they didn't come on and were in their placement right at the beginning of the 6 weeks, then they wouldn't have completed their 200 hours. That's why we're working with them to make sure that we can, in as many cases. I don't have the exact number. Perhaps Ms. Davis, because we were talking about it yesterday, has a more current final number, because we've been working. We didn't mention that we hired 36 coordinators, most of them school personnel, who were the liaison and engaging with all of the students. But certainly the very strong majority will have completed their 200 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. I'd like to understand at least what those numbers are when those reports are complete, just so that way we can understand if we go into, possibly, we hope that there's a 4th year because of the large number of students that benefited from this here in Doña County. I did also want to know, as we kind of, this is our 3rd year doing the program, and so it's grown obviously significantly, but it seemed like there was a lot of growing pains, particularly at the beginning of the program. And when we talk like doing orientation, I had emails from parents whose kids were turned away. So I was wondering, what were the lessons learned so that we don't repeat them? How do we get more efficient, hopefully going into a 4th year?
So let me ask, Commissioner, you said at the beginning of the program, are you talking 3 years ago, or are you talking this summer?
This summer.
Yes.
And because we had so many students that I know, and I understand it was a monumental task for HR. And I'm not, I think I'm truly appreciative of it. I just want to know, as we move forward, what did we learn from this experience? How do we improve so that if we continue to have these numbers and even, possibly grow next year again, what do we do to improve and make sure we learn from things that happened this summer?
Well, certainly one of the biggest things is to get notice as early as possible that there is a program to be able to go forward with. There is never absolutely a guarantee. You can see that we have the grant agreement on for today's meeting, although in theory the grant agreement should be here by late May or June. So knowing a little bit ahead of time, giving us greater periods of time in which to organize the student base and basically recruit. This could be a full-time effort year-round, but it isn't. It's compressed into very short periods of time. I can assure you, however, that no one was turned away. That they may have said, well, we couldn't get into that orientation, but they got into a subsequent one. We had orientations in all 3 districts. Our employees went out, both HR employees and the temporary employees, to hold orientation. And even in places like Chaparral, where we didn't have enough businesses, where we couldn't recruit enough. As soon as students were finishing their 200 hours, we have onboarded those other students. It'll take them into probably September to complete those 200 hours. But I don't believe, and again, Ms. Davis can correct me, that any student who wanted to work did not have the opportunity to work.
Let me clarify. I think you hit, yeah, that's exactly my point, was when we do orientation and we had such huge numbers, we do an amazing job here with technology. It seems like that would have been ripe for using this technology to do that, because I think as you're trying to move them through quickly so that we could get them transitioned into their positions quickly, working through that, I was hoping that we would have some lessons learned saying we will use some technology to be able to address the large numbers so that we can be more efficient, so that you can reach more peoples across the county. So I'll state that I hope that moving forward, we use this technology so that it's something we can be better at. And I think Secretary Romero, and I think as our County Manager Macias had mentioned, you know, whatever partnership we can have with the PED and you and your staff so that we can identify the program, work on it as early as we can, it would be greatly appreciated. We appreciate your support of all of PED, and especially for the commitment that we have from you and your staff for the students here in Doña County. So I appreciate you joining remotely and participating with us today.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to say, Secretary Romero, thank you for your support and helping us on that. I also thank Senator Steinborn for making this something that we can work with and count on from the legislative support financially. Because when you think about doing a program like this, I think we have plenty of people who could find value in having internships. It's one of the things that I've always known and always tried to practice in business was to get as many interns in as possible. And the reason we do that is because you get to see them, they get to see you, they get to get a feel for what the job is, and you can start to form that relationship to determine whether or not it's going to be successful and a fit for both organizations. We don't get that opportunity many times when we take people from college, we take them from high school, and we only have a chance to interview them to try to figure out if there's going to be a fit, and then we bring them on. By having this intern program for both high school and college students, we actually have an opportunity to spend time with them, give them some challenges, see what they can do, and actually assess whether or not there's a fit for both of us. And we do it because of this program and supported by the state and also by the legislation. We have an opportunity to give everyone a chance to be seen and have an opportunity to get a feel for what real world work is about. Now, Mr. Macias said that I did challenge my intern, and as a matter of fact, I gave her a task that would probably take her about 4 weeks to do. She's still working on it, by the way, and she's going to complete her 200 hours, even though she didn't get it all done in the early allotted time. So Brianna Ramirez is still working for me. I had such great success with her that I also hired a college intern as well, who's in the back of the audience here, Yesenia Valenzuela. She's in the back there, waving her hands. And she's going to be with me for approximately a year, working part-time, doing the same thing. I wholly encourage we continue these programs and really throw this behind our community, because one of the challenges that we've always said is we have our young people graduate and they leave. I believe this program is a foundational program that will allow them to find out that they do have opportunities here, that there are fits in our programs and what they're trying to accomplish in their career right here in Doña County in the state of New Mexico. These internships actually help us to seed that program so that we can all benefit all over the state. And again, I support and I respect and appreciate Secretary Romero and Senator Steinborn for your efforts. And also I applaud the staff who were able to place all these students so quickly, do all the intake, training, coordination, emails, I mean, all the things they had to set up to make the stuff work. It's a phenomenal task, and I really appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Shelto Hernandez, anything to add?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, not really. I'm just so excited that we had the opportunity to do this again this year. I know as a small business owner that we utilize the program for the last 2 years as well. And we really do enjoy having the interns there, getting them into the industry and getting their feet wet. So I just want to say thank you to Lonnie and everyone at the County Interest for getting this program running. So thank you again, and very excited for the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Shelter Hernandez. Commissioner Murillo?
Just my hats off to Lonnie and HR and everyone. And the city of Anthony got some, about, I believe 7 or 8 interns, and they did very well. So congratulations. Thank you.
Madam
you,
Chair,
Commissioner
with
Murillo.
your permission, I think that Commissioner Sanchez certainly always makes a good point in terms of where we are with our technology. I want to assure him that from where we started 3 years ago to where we are now, we really made some amazing advances in technology. All of our students onboarded through our website, all of our businesses registered through our website, our payment of their compensation, all of that was done through advances in technology. I just wanted Lonnie again to kind of voice where else we were really way ahead in terms of where we are with our technology related to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Good morning, Ms. Davis.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. To answer your question, Commissioner Sanchez, in the beginning, we had paper applications. So that was way back 3 years ago, and everything was done in paper. What we have done this year is all applicants go through our online applications through iSIMS, just like any other person interested in working for the county. So we wanted them to experience the whole process of going through an application in the county. Through that, we also partnered with Payday HCM, which allowed our interns and our coordinators to punch in their time cards through their phone, whereas 3 years ago, we actually had it through paper. That really assisted everybody in paying our interns on time. Our online application, iSIMS, also has the capability of texting to our students, which all high school students do not reply through email or phone calls, and it's all through texting, and we have that capability. So I think we have, even our business partners, before they would have to call if they were interested in requesting an intern, we now have the capability through our website to request interns, and so it goes and it's sent through an email to the team. So I think we have grown and used our technology to the maximum to have the interns experience how it is to apply for a job. Meg?
Good morning, Ms. Hayes.
Good morning, Chair Chapato, Commissioners, Meg Haynes, Director of Human Resources. I also wanted to add that not only what Mr. Macias and Lonnie had mentioned, but we utilize social media more so ever this year than we have in the past, with making sure that announcements were put out on all social media sites as well as our website. And in terms of lessons learned, what we're doing is we're putting together information for next year in case we do get the program. So then that way we are ready to hit the ground running if the program is awarded again. So, we'd like to thank all of you and Mr. Macias, and I'd really like to thank Lonnie and her team. We pulled in all our resources that we could and that we had, and everybody throughout the county assisted us. So thank you, and I foresee that each year will be stronger and stronger. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to also give my appreciation, because I know the 6 weeks was way shorter than last year, and I know it took a tremendous effort. And I'd also like to thank my fellow commissioners, because without their support on this program, it wouldn't be as successful as it is. So, commissioners, thank you.
I believe that completes the matter. And again, I just want to thank Secretary Romero for making the time and staying with us.
Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Listen, I'm the one that benefited from this program by having the opportunity to bring the interns on, and they've been super for me. So they've taken off some of the research load and paperwork that I usually do. So it's been my pleasure to have them.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Appreciate you. We had interrupted public comment. Is there anyone else that would like to approach the podium and address the commission? Hearing none, seeing none, we will now move forward to the minutes, agenda item number 1. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair. Point of order. I believe
Did I,
we were,
I
think we were still in
always
the middle
tend
of
to skip
input.
the staff input. Thank you very much. Mr. Macias, any input from the staff?
Madam Chair.
I don't believe we have anything further.
Thank you. How about county elected officials' input? I see Dr. Askin here.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair.
I think
Yes.
somebody wanted
Point
to
of order. I'm not sure we were done with public input. We interrupted public input.
You called for it.
I called for it, and I moved on. Oh, we have one more. I apologize. I didn't see you waving or standing up. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair, Commissioners, County Manager Macias. I'm Chris White. I'm the founder and CEO of Louisiana Pepper Exchange. And just want to take a little bit of time today to come by. I saw today that Movita's on the agenda today, and I wanted to come by and express my support for what these guys have done for us as we moved our facility here to Santa Teresa. We're in the process of building a $25 million chili pepper processing facility in Santa Teresa. Davin Lopez's and Movita's input in our decision to choose that site was invaluable. Those guys have done a tremendous service for us, both in site selection, working through, navigating through local contacts, networking within the area, and really, they are the reason we landed in your county. And this project will be a rather significant impact, both for the citizens of the county and economically for the county. So I really just wanted to make sure that I felt like it was my duty to express my feelings about the value they have provided for myself, my family, and our business. And secondarily, I wanted to say you guys have an amazing community. We're very happy to be here. It's been just an amazing process we've gone through, the support we've received from the county. County manager has been incredible. His staff has been incredible. There's people here that are like running through brick walls to help us get this project done, and I'm very grateful for it. So, so I appreciate your time, and I'm very happy to be here, be part of this county. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. We're pleased to have you here. All right, and if there are any other public comments, and if you have a comment regarding a particular agenda item, if you could please wait until that agenda item is called. Any other public comments? And you said there were no staff comments, Mr. Macias. We will now move on to county elected officials' input. Dr. Lopez-Askin. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Chaparro, Commission, Amanda Lopez-Askin, Doña County Clerk. I wanted to offer a few updates about our office and some things that are happening and moving. First of all, I wanted to highlight that every year is election year now. In 2019, you may remember all of the municipalities in Doña County chose to opt into our elections. And so we run elections every single November like clockwork. Of course, even numbered years, we have our primary. So we are gearing up for our local election and finishing up our redistricting process. I know there was a few questions about that. I navigated those via email as well as a couple of phone calls. In preparation for the 2020, we did the federal and state redistricting. And this past 8 months or so, all municipalities in Doña County, which would be, of course, Sunland Park, the city of Anthony, city of Las Cruces, the town of Mesilla, and the village of Hatch, had to move through their process and submit their redistricting, their new, basically, map lines. And so they did that for us, and we've been working on implementing that. And so when I talk about working on implementing that, we do not have a standalone GIS person. So I wanted to thank the assessor's office for their help and support. But I also wanted to highlight Christina Ainsworth North and her team in community development, specifically Becky Martin. She's relatively new to the county, but to tell you that she was invaluable to our process, that we could have not have done it without her, that she worked diligently and hard every day with our staff to make sure it was done and it was done correctly is not an exaggeration. I absolutely want to give her a huge thank you. The things that are done every day by county employees that keep us running and keep us compliant cannot be really quantified, but I wanted Becky to know how much we appreciate her, as well as Christina for allowing her to assist us. Election day is November the 7th, and we are currently and always seeking election officials. Please head to dacelections.com. There's a whole process, application, as well as descriptors of the different roles in elections. And I wanted to, we were talking about the internship. So we had a great experience with our interns, of course. Young people bring us energy, they learn the day-to-day, and frankly, some of them said, I've learned I do not want to work in an office. I've learned that I do not like the drudgery of data entry. They just, so sometimes the lessons are not what they learn, but what they're going to do, but what they know, what they do not want to do. We actually, in preparation for our election, one of our projects is creating election official trainings and videos. And so Jacob specifically, who is an intern that worked with us, we have hired him on part-time moving forward in order for him to assist us with that, because he has a very specific interest in media, and he's also assisting with our podcast connected to elections. So that ended up working out for us and him, and we are very happy to have him part of our team. The bigger thing, and it's perfectly appropriate that Senator Steinborn is here. Last year and this year, I traveled to Santa Fe exhaustively, talked to all of our legislators exhaustively, and was able to secure a little over $3 million for a brand new warehouse. We have needed one for many years, and I'm very grateful to Mr. Macias and the commission for approving the little less than $1 million that we needed to shore that up. So Senator Steinborn has been integral in supporting what we do. He also allocated funds, his capital outlay funds, and I didn't even need to really convince him. So he willingly did that. So I want to extend a thank you to him since he is here. We're excited because our new facilities director, Mr. Herrera, is taking on this project. It is going to be his, I think his example of how he's going to do an amazing job, and we're going to work collaboratively with him. We've already met with him, and we are really looking forward to that groundbreaking. And so as soon as we get all of that squared away, you will be the first to know. We've had a lot of travel and professional development in our office, and travel includes a lot of paperwork. So I wanted to extend a thank you to Liz Warpula in finance, who has worked diligently in making sure that we get reimbursed and get our employees squared away in terms of the finances, what they spend on the road and what they get back. So I know it's a thankless job in a lot of ways, but we definitely appreciate it. That is all I have for today, unless you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Dr. Lopez-Askin. Any questions, any comments from the board? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other county official input? I see Ms. Ortega and Mr. Reyes in the back. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, newly elected assessor. Just wanted to inform the public that we are pretty much done with our protest renditions, and we're wrapping up the last of our protests with formal hearings that will be held now August 14th through the 18th and September 18th through the 22nd. We have approximately 60 formal protests scheduled. Our staff has done an outstanding job in making sure the protest rendition period was a success. So kudos to our staff and the county for all its assistance.
Good morning, Madam Chair Chaparro, Commissioners. We'd like to let you know that what we're doing in the Assessor's Office, Destroy with Technology, we've had Tyler software since 2016. We have a business process review scheduled for early fall. What this is to better utilize the software as we previously stated. We would like to mention for this protest rendition that Ms. Ortega is talking about is the appraisal staff was able to utilize a protest module that has been in the software since it was implemented in 2016, but this is the first year we used it. It helped reduce errors. It helped track the protest. It helped, like I said, reducing errors in last man hours. So it was a really great module. And this is what this business process is going to do in the early fall. It's going to evaluate our Tyler software, our appraisal software, to better help the office utilize the software as it's meant to be to better serve the public. So with this being said, we will keep you posted on any strides we make to better serve the constituents of Doña County, and we thank you for your support in this.
Thank you for your work.
I'm sorry, and then real quick, we just wanted a kudos to Lonnie and her staff and all of HR for the student internship. We were blessed with, we started out with 2 interns. We ended up with one that actually did complete her 200 hours yesterday. She was an amazing, self-motivated young lady who now in September will be heading to Oregon State. We are hoping and we are working with Mr. Macias as well as HR to see if hopefully we can keep her on past the 200 as a temporary employee, because we are short-staffed and we could definitely use her help. What helped us, Commissioner Sanchez, is one of our staff members, Ms. Terry McBrayer. She started with the interns in 21 when we started this. So it was pretty much one of the first things when I came on. She's like, I want an intern. And I'm like, okay. So probably the first month that I was here, I sent an email to Lonnie to say, okay, Terry wants an intern. What do I need to do? So what helped us in our office is we actually had Miss Terry McBrayer, who was willing to take on the initiative to help get the interns in our office up and going. So that was just something that helped our office, and it turned out to just really help our internship and the office. So kudos to Miss Terry McBrayer. And then, by the way, our student intern is young Miss Hemina Solis, and she's an amazing young lady. So thank you all for taking on these interns. She was a great help, and hopefully we can get her as a temporary employee before she has to head off to college.
Thank you, Gina, appreciate it.
Thanks.
And commissioners, I've been asked for a break after commission input. Fellow commissioners, are there any comments? Commissioner Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to let the public know that on Thursday morning, 9 a.m. over at City Hall, we'll be having our monthly Animal Service Center Mesilla Valley Board meeting. If anybody's interested in the ongoings of the Animal Service Center, the Animal Service Center, and I know this applies even to the challenges we have with animal control in the county and even in the cities, we're just right now in the middle of peak puppy, kitten, pet season, and the ASCMV is overloaded right now. They're trying to save as many animals as they can, working with the partners and the rescues that are in Doña County. But it's absolutely important that people understand that we need their help and to look to adopt. I know we had the Pet of the Week earlier, and so it's important that people look to adopt versus buy a new dog somewhere from, specifically there. That would be a huge help for the community. Last week, I attended the South Central Solid Waste Authority meeting. But one of the things that came up during the meeting, I'm hoping at hopefully our August 8th meeting or maybe on August 22nd, I would hope that we can have an agenda item for 2 items related to solid waste. One, I had previously asked for an update on the mandatory pickup pilot program. And I haven't seen that on an agenda yet, so I want to make sure we don't lose focus on that. The second thing that is concerning to me is that the city of Anthony is currently exploring and has over $1 million of capital outlay and monies from the Colonias Infrastructure Fund to do scoping and their project for a solid waste transfer station on Stern Drive. We, the county, have, from what I understand, are still putting money towards a contractor to explore making our solid waste or our waste transfer station and growing that. And I thought we had clear direction on this, but it sounds like Mr. Macias is still exploring that. And so I feel like we're competing with the city of Anthony. And so I want to make sure that we can discuss it with the BOCC on an agenda item And that way, we as a BOCC can give clear direction on where we're going, because I think if the city of Anthony is procuring funds to explore this, I feel like, why do we need to compete from a county and continue to put our funds? And it seems like we're doubling down on this. So it's something that I know the county manager and I had previously discussed in December of last year. And like I said, that was one of the updates that was given during that meeting. So I'm hoping we can get some clarity on that from a BOCC perspective. The other thing I did want to ask Mr. Macias on, and I don't know, Miss Jamie Michael's not here right now, but I understood or hearing that our mobile crisis units are ceasing operation. And I wanted to understand if that's true, and understand why that may be.
Certainly, if Miss Michael is probably looking at it, and she'll probably come down. The contract, the scenario with the mobile crisis unit was originally identified by the state to provide funding to RI to establish these mobile crisis units, with the city engaging their process of their fire department responding. The RI, I believe that I'm representing this correctly, made a determination that they wouldn't have the ability to have the numbers of individuals serviced that they had originally discussed with the state. So my understanding is that they've given the state notice that with the city having established their system, that they don't feel that it's both logistically and for the state financially worth investing in a standalone mobile crisis unit.
I guess I'm really concerned that we're relying on RII to determine the operations that go on in this county. If that's what was intended, I'm concerned that the BOCC was not notified. And I'm also concerned because I think with the call from some of the information that we've seen at City Council given by Chief Smith of the Las Cruces Fire Department has indicated there are more than enough calls than they can handle. And it's more, I mean, even compared to the numbers that we have received, from what I understood, there's plenty of need in the community. I don't understand why we're ceasing operation. And that was not done without having at least the discussion with the BOCC to determine what are other paths to this, because you know, we haven't even, have we even been operating? I don't even know, I'm trying to remember when we announced it, and now we're ceasing operation, and I think it's very concerning to me.
Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. I can provide some information on that for you, Commissioner. And it is a little confusing because there are different types of mobile crisis response services available. So about 6 months into the contract that the county has with RI to operate the crisis triage center, we also added the mobile services. So that included 2 people, a peer, and maybe 2 peers, depending on staffing, or a peer and a clinician, can go out into the community, provide engagement, and transport the individual back to the triage center for assessment. And when they leave the triage center, they can transport them to the next level of care or back home. So the transportation and that mobile service has not stopped. They've continued to provide that for the past, they've been open for 2 years. They've provided that for the past 1.5 years. So that continues, and that is available 24/7. They have a van there that responds. In December of this past year of 2022, the state of New Mexico contracted with RI to start up a mobile crisis response team that was dispatched through the 988 system. And that team was made up of a peer, and it had to be a licensed clinician because that team was to be dispatched by the 988 call taker out into the community to do the assessment in the community. So it didn't involve bringing someone back to the crisis triage center. It was to do the assessment in the community. So that is the contract that ended with the state on June 30th, because between December 1st and June 20th, they responded to 20 calls. So we had full-time, I'm sorry, it wasn't full-time, they were only operational 12 hours a day, not 24. But they had, during those 12 hours, they had full-time PRN clinicians, and the state was spending a lot of money to support that program for 20 calls in all of, that 6-month time period. So it wasn't a cost-effective use of tax dollars, and it wasn't a good use of the workforce here. And the city's mobile team is very busy, and they are a co-response model. So they still dispatch police, EMS, and a clinician, and they go through the 911 center. So until we change the path from 911 to 988, it doesn't appear that this behavioral health-based model is going to be viable in our community. So bottom line is the triage center is still providing the mobile and transportation services. The contract that ended was between the state and RI to provide mobile services through the 988 system.
Thank you, Ms. Michael. I guess I'm still a little perturbed about the fact that there was no, where's the strat, like, did we just intend that it was just going to expire? And maybe this is probably not the time, given that it's not on the agenda. So maybe we should have an agenda item to discuss this, but I am concerned that there's the strategy. Where's the strategy for growth? Where's the strategy going into this fiscal, knowing we just went through a budget cycle where we're going into this fiscal year, to extend that or even have a discussion to extend that. So I'm a little bothered because that wasn't discussed on HHS's slides, and maybe we should have. So, Madam Chair, like I said, I think along with the other things I've asked for, maybe we need to have this as an agenda item in the future so that we can discuss and figure out how we can provide direction, because I think, like I said, I think I've made my thoughts on this known in previous meetings where I disagree with that we're incompatible with the city. We've just got to have processes that we know what we're going to do. And when we talked 988, there was discussion that, yes, that our MRVDA was going to be able to handle some of that. So I guess I want to dig into that more and understand, because I think we had Mr. Costa come up and discuss how many behavioral health calls that we've had. So they understand that there's behavioral health calls. So I don't know why it's not translating to mobile crisis units, but like I said, I would ask that we have this also on a future agenda item, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I agree that we commissioners should talk, and if there are questions for staff or questions about a particular program, please either bring it to County Manager Macia's attention or mine, because this warrants a further conversation, and I wasn't aware that this was going to come up today, so I'm not prepared for questions or responses. So please email me and we'll put it on the agenda. I'd be more than happy to do that.
And Madam Chair, we can certainly put it on the agenda for the 8th of August. I mean, the issue, and we'll try to bring the state, a state representative in to assist in terms of informing the commission, because it's not a contract that the county has had. What we were announcing is that there was a contract that the state was going to enter into with RI, which has turned out to be a decision on their part not to proceed any further with.
Yes, and that way we can have a complete presentation that can allow the commissioners to formulate questions and comments regarding that particular agenda item. Commissioners, any other comments, questions before we take a break?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner
Yes,
Reynolds.
I have two things. One is I would like to say that I think our mental health crisis plan in the county needs to be presented to us completely. I mean, we don't have the mental health center open at Memorial. It's been closed for over a year. That's part of the contract that's supposed to be there. What is the status on that? I know, Mr. Macias, you're on the board, so you should make us aware of it, because we are part of that contract, to tell us what's going on there, what we can expect, and whether they're ever going to step up and do that. There's no NICU over there as well at the hospital. They were not, as part of the contract, allowed to cut any services, and they've cut them. So I think a combination of that with the mental health and also the Recovery International discussion about our plan going forward with 988, 911 would be a great topic for the next meeting. And so I would encourage a complete discussion about all of the mental health care that we are doing in the county and working hand in hand with the city and other organizations in the county, so we better understand where we stand when it comes time to do the next funding for them. That's the first thing. So thank you very much, and thank you for coming in and telling us that. The second thing is a public announcement. One of my communities is having trouble keeping water. Now, the reason is not because they don't have wells, it's not because they don't have enough water, it's because people are overusing water. Okay, this sounds funny, right? It's really something we should all be aware of, and that's why I'm bringing it up. We have some people in the county, because their pools, they don't understand if they don't cover their pools, they lose as much as maybe 10, 15% of the pools every day, and they refill them. Well, if you do that about 15 times a month, you could actually use as much as 50,000 gallons of water a month. The average family uses about 6,000 to 8,000 gallons per month, a family of 4. This is not critical for the whole county, but what my public announcement is to make everyone aware that we are still living in a desert. And we have to stop and take a moment to think, is it really necessary to have my pool topped off every day? Is it necessary to water my yard 5 hours a day, even at night, and use the precious water that we have? Believe that between the temperatures, which I know everyone is suffering with, the city has actually put them on a schedule as to the watering in the city. We haven't done that in the county, but it doesn't mean that those small water companies we have aren't trying to figure out a way to provide service in a very challenging environment that we're in for the last 30, 40 days. So I'm not saying anybody's doing anything wrong. I'm just saying we've got to be more understanding about what our resources are and how to manage them so we don't run into the situation where more communities are running out of water. It's not a matter they can't get the water, it's a matter it's being overused. So they have enough water, the wells are working, they're pumping it up just normally, but they're having trouble keeping it full enough to protect the pumps so it doesn't burn up the pumps. And it's something we also have to watch. So we are putting more extra burden on them, and we have to think, is there a way that we can cut our use for water during this kind of time when it's this hot and this warm in this community? That's all I have, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Mr. Macias?
Madam Chair, I just want to respond to one of the comments that Commissioner Reynolds made. MMC didn't cut services. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. They didn't cut it. They lost their service provider, and it has taken them over a year to basically come up with an alternative. I was just informed, I believe yesterday, that they have signed a contract with Peak, the behavioral health facility down in Santa Teresa, and through that relationship are going to be reopening the services at MMC. Once they give me the fleshed out, because it's something that I've raised at every meeting, they've kept on talking to me about the negotiations that have been going on. My understanding from their most recent communication is that the legal issues that they were addressing have been addressed, and they will be providing services once again related to behavioral health.
Madam Chair, Mr. Macias, thank you for that. I think this discussion is a year late. That's my problem. And yes, we should know about this because we, the county, is the contract holder, not Mr. Macias, not Jamie Michael. It's the county. It's our contract. And for us to sit here for a year with that service not being offered, whether it was their fault or not their fault, it still affects our public, which we are responsible to. So what I'd like to know in the next meeting is I'd like to have a good idea and understanding of exactly how we're addressing all these kind of issues in the county and not wait for a year to get a report on it. That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. And at this time, we're taking a 5-minute break and then resuming with any further commission input. So we're in recess at 10:47. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't want me up here choking. But no. Yeah.
Hi.
I'm missing 2 commissioners. Thank you. We're back at 10:57. It took us a little longer than 5 minutes. I spoke with Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. He has nothing else to add. Commissioner Murillo does have a comment.
I do want to say I attended a meeting last night for La Union residents, and I want to thank John Gwynn from Doña County Flood Commission. He brought in some projects that are going to be coming into La Union, and the residents were really happy. And I think that's very important for this community to have that the Flood Commission be able to bring these projects to have a safer, community and have the water go diverted somewhere else that is not in their homes. So I'm very, very happy, and thank you, Mr. John Nguyen, for being there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. We are now moving on to the regular minute meetings for June 27th of 2003. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Reynolds. Any changes to the minutes, commissioners? Hearing none, may I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 3, presentation of Film Las Cruces video presentation. Ms. Jones, Director of Film Las Cruces, and Senator Steinborn, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Chair, it's great to be with you, colleagues, commissioners, manager, mayor, commissioner, and all your great staff. It is an honor to be with you. I'm Senator Jeff Steinborn, the president of Film Las Cruces, and we are on the agenda today just to share a little video with you and let you introduce our new team members. First of all, I want to just give you hats off to you on the intern program. I mean, that is something we've been talking about in this county for so long as a county about connecting young people with opportunities, and you finally gave meaning to that, and I commend you, manager and commissioners, and I know you're all passionate about this, and thank you for doing that. I think it is transformative, as you said, Commissioner. Secondly, I want to just say, as a president of Film Las Cruces, I can tell you at a 30,000-foot level, the future looks very bright for film in Doña County. Some great things have happened since I've seen you last. Number one, we changed the law. We got the Rural Uplift Film Incentive for filming in Doña County doubled at the legislature this last session from an extra 5% to 10%. And we're seeing an impact of that already. I mean, we're getting calls almost daily, which is great. And the film industry is really driven by incentives, this reality of film production. Second thing is, we were named by Movie Maker magazine one of the top places in America, in the top 10, to live and work as a movie maker in America, which was incredible. It was the first time that a city outside of Albuquerque or in Santa Fe in the state were named. And so kudos to all of us. Before we move on to our staff, I want to acknowledge, because he's here in the room, and I'd like us all to give him a round of appreciation, John Sepp, who was our film liaison for 6 years and really helped build the film community here. Let's give John a round of applause. Back-breaking hard work, and we did it together, and now he's with 828, of course, which is very exciting. But it is my real honor to introduce to you today our new director for Film Las Cruces, who's a serious film industry veteran and has a lot of great stories, and that is Amaret Jones. And she'll come up, but Amaret, why don't you come on up, and then I'll just want to also introduce for you Katie Rogers, who's our new operations coordinator, who's wonderful as well. And then, of course, you know our assistant, local boy, Andrew Hara, who's doing a great job for us as the associate liaison. So with that, manager, would it be okay to have Amaret introduce herself, and then Andrew will come up and play the video? Would that work for you? Great. Well, I give you Amaret Jones.
Hi, thank you, and Madam Chair and Commissioners, and thank you, Jeff. I don't know how I can quite follow that. I mean, Jeff is obviously an enthusiastic film proponent, as are all of you. My name's Amaret Jones. I'm delighted to be named the new director of Film Las Cruces. As Jeff said, I have over 30 years in the entertainment business, lived in LA for much of that time. I've done everything from marketing and distribution to production and creative, worked on independent films, big films, so everything from obscure documentaries or things like the Blair Witch Project to the James Bond franchise, and worked at big studios, small studios, and everything in between. So I'm delighted to be here. I think this is such a great place. As Jeff said, and I have to echo what he said, I think the future is bright for film and production. And I'm thrilled to be a part of the team and thrilled to be part of this enthusiastic community and supportive community. So thank you for having me and for the warm welcome.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Jones. And you do have 5 background actors here.
Oh, great. Okay, terrific.
If you could use us.
Well, Andrew's the director, so, we'll set up a casting call or, maybe have you submit tape. I'm not sure.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
I have his personal cell. Can you give me yours?
Absolutely. I'll text it to you.
Jonathan gave me his personal cell early on, and
Great.
so I want to make sure that you're as accessible as he
Absolutely.
has been in the past.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we can cooperatively make sure everything works well for both of us, because I think that's really important.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Reynolds is ready to send his headshot in.
Sorry?
Your headshot.
I've done commercials already, but I don't have time to do it.
Sure. Well, I can assure you, absolutely happy to be accessible. I mean, we're really, we're in this together. I know that's kind of an overused term and perhaps not from such a great period, but really, I mean, working together in collaboration and all of those elements, that's essential to creative growth and to the business. So thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
With
Macias.
that, again, I believe that this was going to, I'm sorry. Are you going to introduce the videos?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay, so I believe that what our intent was to, when we were up in Commissioner Reynolds, I believe was the only commissioner up there in Farmington, one of the sessions had to do with kind of the promotion of different areas around the state. I think in particular it was Farmington and Santa Fe, that they had brief videos that promoted the area related to enhancing film opportunities. So I did ask Senator Steinborn, and I did ask the staff, do we have something similar for Las Cruces? That way the commission can basically have a look of how we're promoting this area for purposes of film. I think that they have 2 brief videos to display. You might want to remove your mask while you're talking.
Hello, Ms. Chair, Commissioners. Yes, so we'd like to update this, or we updated our splash video, and this is that first video, and so go ahead and we can play it. Thank you so much.
Interstate's running like she's all mine, and it's 400 miles till across the state line. Days like this, it's good to be alive. I'm always running late. Been running for so long, been late to my grave. I'm always running late. Keep on running until I run out of breath. I've been 1,500 miles in 2 days. This troubadour's dream is the life I made. And there's someone that says that she's all alone. I'll drive all night to make it back home. I'm always running late.
New Mexico is called the land of enchantment, and for good reason. Many people have been inspired by its unique landscape, weather, history, and scenic views. It's one of the best kept areas of the Southwest, free from excess light pollution and home to one of the most diverse ecosystems on Earth. It's no wonder why New Mexico has been a hotspot for filmmaking since the advent of the art. Today, we're exploring some of the 120 plus years of film history in New Mexico, how the state has become a booming film industry, and where its future is headed. Film arrived in New Mexico at about the same time as the rest of the country. Its roots are in the silent era, reaching as far back as the 1890s, with some of the first motion pictures being shot in New Mexico, then just a US territory, the Wild West. The earliest known film shot in New Mexico was made by Thomas Edison in 1898. The Edison Company shot Indian Day School, featuring a group of Native American children and a teacher leaving and entering their Adobe-style schoolhouse. Yes, that was it, just going out and in again. Back in those days, these were called actualities, like what we'd call a documentary today, just a brief slice of life. Indian Day School was the first film shot in the New Mexico territory, and one of the first in the American West at large. Around this time, California's film industry was picking up steam, and many companies set up base in that area. The Motion Pictures Patents Company was a trust between all major US film companies. Edison Studios and the Biograph Company were 2 of their biggest signatories. Biograph had D.W. Griffith, who would go on to garner international fame after directing the 1915 film The Birth of a Nation. While traveling back to New York in 1912, he stopped in Albuquerque, where he and his crew shot 2 different pictures in nearby Isla de Puebla. One of these films, A Pueblo Legend, starred Mary Pickford, who would soon become the highest paid film actor in the world. Griffith was quoted as saying, "The location gave some of the finest scenic opportunities ever put into a picture." This wasn't lost on following productions, and the hype only grew from here. Romaine Fielding was another notable person of the era to choose New Mexico. He and the Lubin Company, another motion pictures patents company, took over Las Vegas, New Mexico for about 2 years, during which they filmed more than a dozen pictures. Selig Polyscope, yet another patents company, also made a stay in Vegas. They produced as many as 30 westerns during the following 2 years. As the age of the talkies rolled in, Hollywood's golden age brought many productions to New Mexico, such as MGM's Billy the Kid in 1930, The Grapes of Wrath in 1940, Flying Tigers starring John Wayne, Ace in the Hole and Lonely Are the Brave with Kirk Douglas, Rodgers and Hammerstein's Oklahoma, and Journey to the Center of the Earth. These and many other pictures over the decades made New Mexico a little secret of the American film industry. In 1968, Hang 'em High was released. It starred a 38-year-old Clint Eastwood in his first American Western, the first big-budget film in southern New Mexico. After this, the state was no longer so secret. That same year, Governor David Cargo unveiled the New Mexico Film Commission, the first state film office in the United States. This new board lobbied Hollywood to shine more favorably on New Mexico and to bring more feature films to the state, with such notables as Easy Rider, Superman, and even the Muppet Movie. The 70s saw over 100 films come to the state. The 1980s had about half as many, like 2010, Silverado, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and Billy the Kid hit the silver screen again in Young Guns and Young Guns 2, both filmed in northern New Mexico. The 1990s saw nearly as many productions as the 70s, with names like Terminator 2, Independence Day, Jurassic Park, and Wild Wild West. New Mexico planned to get even more aggressive with Hollywood, implementing a new tax incentive in 2002. This really upped the ante, offering productions a 15% tax rebate on film-related expenses. In the 2 decades since that legislation passed, the tax limit has been raised multiple times. Since then, film has truly exploded in New Mexico. There have been hundreds of feature films, as well as countless TV series, documentaries, and short films. Breaking Bad, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, No Country for Old Men, The Avengers, The Lone Ranger, Logan, Sicario, Creed 2, all movies that were a direct result of the tax incentives. For Albuquerque, between their film office and Netflix's Albuquerque studios, the city has proven itself as more than one of Hollywood's favorite spots, but its own unique industry. With the backbone of the North, up-and-coming areas like the southern Las Cruces continue to develop rapidly. First established in 2015, the Film Las Cruces office had seen about 20 major films and several TV shows and miniseries, including The Book of Eli, Transformers, 12 Strong, Clint Eastwood's The Mule, and The Space Between Us. The same natural backdrop that enchanted so many filmmakers in the 1920s is still being sought after over a century later. New Mexico's film industry has a very bright future ahead of it, one that the whole world will be watching. From here, the only way to go is up.
Yes. Madam Chair, counselors, thank you. If there's any questions, I'd love to be able to answer them.
Thank you. That was a very, very nice presentation. I didn't know we had so many films in this area because we only see what we read in the paper. So commissioners, any comments, any questions? Nothing?
You know, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
You know, really, you have actually expanded the breadth of opportunity in this county so much, and in the state, between the legislation support and the foundation that Film Las Cruces has actually provided here. And you're right. I think we are just at the precipice of changing this whole area and making film a core part of what we offer to the world. And so thank you for your dedication. I know Senator Steinborn, that you've really, and Jonathan have really been the leaders in this. And you know, it's great for us to have people like you in the community that stand up and make a difference for everyone in the community and recognize and have the vision to take us there. And so I thank you all for that. And I'm looking forward to the next chapter. I can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other comments, questions, commissioners? Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez? He did
No,
mention he was.
Madam Chair, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, I did just
Commissioner
want to.
Sanchez?
I just wanted to add on to what Commissioner Reynolds said, and Senator Steinborn, I know you're a fierce advocate for our here in Doña County, and especially around film Las Cruces, or actually the film industry. And I think one of the things that's really exciting has been not just the growth of the industry, but the growth of the education and the learning of the trades, and the recent groundbreaking at Arrowhead Park for the new school in association with Doña Community College. And so seeing that we're having more opportunities for different trades and different fields for our youth to come into. I know we were talking internships earlier, so it's amazing. So thank you all for highlighting and being an advocate for Doña County, for the city of Las Cruces, and in the film industry, and thank you all for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And Senator Steinborn and Jonathan, because I know that Jonathan's with another group now. Can you all take like maybe 30 interns next summer? Sure, wonderful. No, but thanks, Senator Steinborn. I know that you've been there from the beginning, and as well as Jonathan. We're grateful, very, very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we will move on to agenda item number 4, Spaceport America current operation update. Scott McLaughlin, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, and I can't help but notice the film Las Cruces said that we're only headed up, so I think it's fine that Spaceport America is next on the agenda. So what I prepared for you is just a quick PowerPoint. I was here in May 24th and a year ago, and since then we've had a lot of activities. I would have come a little sooner, but on May 25th we had the Virgin Galactic launch, which was their last test launch, and then about a month later they went to space with the Italian Air Force. So I'm going to go through this pretty quick and hopefully save some room for questions. So on the slide you can see some of the activities we have, and I tried to pick some pictures that show the kind of breadth and depth of what we do now. I know if you go back just a few years ago, we didn't seem that busy, but when I finish with the PowerPoint, hopefully you understand how busy we've been. Next slide. Do I change it or?
Yeah. There, then right underneath the podium there, right below is a mouse and a keyboard that you can pull out.
Arrow keys. Oh. Got it. Okay. So I'm gonna give you a quick activity review of the site, capital improvements, and our maintenance. You know, we are a little township, and then budget, economic impact, and business development. So here's a smattering of the things. We've had the U.S. Thunderbirds out there 3 times now, twice for their 2.5 weeks of training. We've got these new systems that out there in the world called high altitude platform systems, or HAPS. These are large UAVs that are designed to fly 60,000 feet and above, up to 80,000 feet, and stay in the air for 6 months to even a year at a time. We actually have 3 developers working at Spaceport right now. 2 have talked about being permanent in the area to do manufacturing. So that could mean long-term jobs. We've had lots of other small activities, that are a week or two. U.S. Up Aerospace has been with us since 2006. They had a launch on May 1st, which resulted in an anomaly, but they're going to launch again. And right now they say they're planning several launches next year. Some of their launches are going to be with Los Alamos National Laboratories, where there's been a collaboration. We still have a spin launch out there. And I would invite you to go to the YouTube page. We try and keep a video up of all the things we're doing out there. So go there to see all the activities that have happened out there in last year. Here's some pictures of the activities. Kind of the highlights. One in the lower right, having the Thunderbirds out there for 2.5 weeks is kind of fun. That's always exciting. Up in the upper right is we've had West Point come out, I think 3 times now. It's a big part of their curriculum, and then you can see some of the other activities that have happened. So we had Virgin Galactic do 2 flights in the last 60 days, and U-25 was their last test flight, and Galactic 01 and June 29 was their first commercial flight, their first revenue-producing flight, in the sense that they were moving on to operations. So these are some cool pictures. that one of our former employees took, who stationed himself about 10 miles north of the spaceport. So it's kind of a cool thing to watch. So, and then Virgin Galactic is going to fly again on August 10th, which will be the first time they carry passengers up in space. So that's a huge symbolic event for the county and for the state. One of the things we did last year is we built a little viewing lot, which keeps people from coming on site. They don't have to go through security, but they're able to park nearby. And so here's what it looked like on the launch in late May. So we actually had about 12 cars out there and a bunch of people who were able to watch. The launch we had a little later with Virgin Galactic. We didn't have such good weather, but we expect that most of the time we will, and we'll have people on that viewing lot. One of our customers that has been kind of stealthy, so we haven't been able to talk to them about very much, is Prismatic, which is a BAE systems company, and this is one of the HAPS systems. So they were able to fly to 66,000 feet. They were able to take advantage of our airfield, our airspace, that's White Sands airspace. They actually then flew over to White Sands and stayed in the air, I think, close to 23 hours or something. This was a huge test for them, and it moved their program forward. They expect another 5 years of funding and expect to be around for a while. So it's a good example of the variability of what we're doing out there. We're not just Virgin Galactic, we're a lot of other things as well. We do a lot of STEM outreach, and that's kind of a continuous process. So here's some pictures of what we're able to do. Sometimes we involve Virgin Galactic, or we involve some of our other customers who help out in one way or the other, but we get a lot of kids out there. It's easy to do that with the local students. It's harder to do it with all around the state. That's one of the things we're trying to figure out, is how to pay for buses and how to get students from all around the state to come out to the site. And I should point out, we had 2 interns from the county this year, which was great, and we had a good time with them, and one of them has changed her desires much more toward being an engineer than before. We did have the Spaceport America Cup. Here's a picture of the 1,700 students that were in the Las Cruces Convention Center. We filled it up. We can't actually have many more people here in Las Cruces to do this. We'd like to expand it a little bit. But they were here, and what the beauty is, these are all aerospace connected people, and they all got to understand what Las Cruces was and what New Mexico was and what the region has to offer. So we did have spectators out at the site more so this year. And we also saw NMSU win the Chili Cup, which you can see in the lower left-hand corner is a special award we gave as a regional award. So we have the green and red chili in there, and that was between UTEP and Mexico State and New Mexico Tech this year. So, and just to give you an idea of the kind of sponsorship we get, we work with Experimental Sounding Rocket Association, and you can see the name brand sponsors up there that help put on the event. And again, all of those sponsors are becoming familiar with Las Cruces and New Mexico as well. I'll just kind of skim through here. I just want to make sure people understand, we are like a small little town out there. We have our own water system, we have our own roads, we have our own fiber optic, we have our own wastewater, and we do quite a bit of work to keep everything up to date. Here's an example where the water quality is not very good out there for the wells that we have, so we're having to put in a reverse osmosis system, and it degrades the plumbing out there. It also degrades the fire truck apparatus and the other systems. I'll go ahead and skip over that. You can look at that. Here's some more of the work we've done over the last year. Some of the bigger projects we're working on are the STARC, the Spaceport Technology and Reception Center, which will be a public-facing building that will be up front, general purpose hangar, and improvements to the taxi, the runway and the launch rail system. We're about 60% self-funded. That varies between 60 and 70%. That's in our operating budget. And I won't go over these numbers, but if any of the commissioners would like to go over that later, I'd be happy to talk to you about that. But this gives you a flavor. Our total budget's about 11.7 million, or a little over 11 million. We have about 340 direct jobs, so our estimate is around 700 indirect jobs, indirect and induced. We are working on an economic impact statement with New Mexico State Center for Border Economic Development, and we think we'll be able to release that in the next few weeks. I would have liked to have presented it on this time, but either when I come again or you'll see it when we release it in the next month or so. Business development-wise, one of the big things we're working on is we're already one of the few spaceports with a horizontal and a vertical launch license. We're now working on a re-entry license to try and bring in Sierra Space and other companies that are going to be bringing either flying ships or capsules. And that would make us a pretty rare spaceport to have all 3 licenses, but we've always been in a good location. Our competitive advantages are still the same as they were when the spaceport was created. We have a really good business development team, and here's just some of the activities we've been working on, some of the places we've been going. I won't go over this, but if you were to enter space economy or new space or any number of terms into Google, you'll find that things are growing very quickly in commercial space. There's something on the order of 4 to 6 private space stations being built right now. And of course, NASA's planning on going back to the moon. And there are lots of money put into that. You know, it's up to us to figure out how to capture that, and we're working very hard to make sure we bring that to the spaceport and bring it to southern New Mexico and the region. One of the things I want to highlight, though, is in trying to capture the marketplace, we have been working with folks in Albuquerque and down here also for a concept we call Space Valley. We've already launched it, basically, and the idea is that Space Valley is the same as Silicon Valley, that if you look at Los Alamos and Sandia and all the assets in Albuquerque, you look at Spaceport America, Las Cruces, White Sands Missile Range, and what's going on in El Paso, which is very significant in terms of aerospace. If you take that whole region in together, it's actually a pretty incredible ecosystem of aerospace. So we can do design, we can do fundamental research, we can do all sorts of things to build a complete ecosystem. So you're going to see more about this. I think the spaceport kind of acts as a linchpin for that. And very few states have a spaceport. And just to remind you, here's what the spaceport looks like. These are FAA licensed spaceports. Las Vegas just announced they're trying to build a private spaceport. Michigan is working on one. There's one in Spaceport Camden that actually got a license that looks like it's going to die, that spaceport's going to die. And when you look at all these other spaceports, Spaceport America is actually one of the few small spaceports that is very, very active. And we should be proud of what has happened. The visionaries who thought this out years ago and picked the location and brokered a deal with Virgin Galactic, I think it is paying dividends. And if you compare to Midland, Oklahoma, Colorado spaceports, those are really airports that got a spaceport license and are trying to enhance basically themselves as an industrial park. But we're actually flying, we're actually going to space. One of the things that's allowed us to do is to work together again as a Space Valley Coalition with others for grants. We participated in EDA, the Grant Economic Development Association Administration. We won that under the Space Valley Coalition that helped pay for somebody, but we're involved in 2 other NSF grants right now. One kind of up north with a collection in Albuquerque and one with UTEP. And this could not be possible without the spaceport. The idea that we can attract these kind of federal dollars to the area, again, because of the ecosystem we're trying to build up. So please go to those websites. You can read the little the tiny URL I put in there, and you can learn more about that. So I think that's it. This last slide is just a picture of a MET station. We have a little partnership with NMSU that runs a Mesonet space. They have little sites all over the state, and we're going to have one out at the spaceport pretty soon. So thank you, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Commissioners, any comments, any questions? Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
No, Madam Chair, I have none.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, thank you for the presentation. That was nice. And I'd like to go out there and visit Spaceport. It's been a while, and I'd like to see what interesting things you all have. So
Yes, Madam Chair.
let us know when you're available.
We're very happy to have you out anytime. Our new PIO, Charlie Hurley, is in the audience, and he's sitting next to Sundar Kaur, our attorney, and Melissa Force, our general counsel. But we'd be happy to have you out anytime. Jason Lassich from Virgin Galactic sitting out there too. But be very happy to have you out. One of the targets of opportunity is whenever you see that Virgin Galactic is launching, we can host people kind of on our side. So we're welcome to have people come out and watch the event. You won't be over in the Gateway to Space building, the Virgin Galactic building, but you can still see the activity. And then that morning we can still drive you around and you can see other things going on in the spaceport and see that, you know, it's a pretty active place right now. So we'd love to have you out.
Thank you. Thank you.
All
Have
right,
a good day.
thank you, Madam Chair.
And Mr. Macias?
Madam Chair, forgive me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Forgive me, earlier I identified an item that I was going to ask to move up on the agenda. Actually, I misidentified it. It's not item number 30, it's item number 29. This should just take a very short period of time, but it's that the individuals that are connected with this item have a very limited time frame. So I was asking if we could go forward with the resolution accepting the terms, conditions, and restrictions of the deed of release and approving the land exchange between Doña County and Paso del Norte LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. All right, then we will jump to agenda item number 29. That's already been mentioned, Mr. Macias. May I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Sanchez. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This resolution is required by the FAA to accept the conditions that they set forth in the deed of release. And I would like to introduce or have them introduce themselves, the representatives from Franklin Mountain.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tim excuse me. My name is Tim Johnson. I represent Franklin Mountain Industrial, and we're here just to, I guess, watch this final process, which seems like been a long course of action. Thank you very much. Give thanks to you for your consideration, for Mr. Macias, Mr. Goodwin, Mr. Province. All have been just critical in allowing us to move forward. And just a little bit about the project. We'll be essentially combining a privately held piece of land with a piece being exchanged by the airport/county, but at the same time rounding out the county's land with a piece that will now be part of the county's airport project. And so we believe this will benefit both parties, and it's been, again, can't thank your staff and Mr. Macias enough for all the work he's done with us. But thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any questions, Commissioners? Any comments?
And Madam Chairman, just in case there's maybe don't remember all of the steps, the commission had given authority to do the land exchange, which will hopefully lead to the development of hundreds of thousands of square feet of industrial space at now at close proximity to the jet port after this last land exchange. We had to take it all the way up to the Board of Finance. We had to get to the approvals at that level. We had to then go to the FAA. So this is a requirement. They have issued the deed. They have approved the transfer. But this is now a technical process that they require that there be a resolution issued by the Board of County Commissioners, basically accepting the land exchange, accepting the deed, and that's why we're here today.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioners, any questions, any comments?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess Mr. Johnson, thank you for your patience and sticking with us all this time. I know this has been long in the works, and so we really appreciate your all's patience with us as we kind of work through these processes. I think, Mr. Macias, I know we've been working on this for a long time, and I think this goes back to the question I had similarly with the internship program, because how do we prevent or create a process in which I don't know if the right word is expedited, but we don't have delays that we've had on this project, on future projects. Because I think as we've continued to see Santa Teresa grow, we see the growth that we want at the jet port. How do we prevent, I guess, how do we turn this into a learning opportunity and take lessons learned to prevent this from repeating again in the future?
And I'll have Mr. Johnson support this, so it doesn't just look like it's coming from me and that it's, to whatever my perspective is, not have to work with the FAA again in the future. That probably would be the single most game-changing scenario related to our ability to make progress at the jet port. it's the multi-million-dollar question. How do you try to expedite this process? How do you get the federal government to basically respond to you in the time frames that fall within that category? We have been, and again, not to be too harsh, because I've gotten to know through all of these discussions, the FAA individuals. They're well-intended. They have their processes, but you're asking me, how do you control the process of the federal government? I will venture to say, and if I'm incorrect, I will certainly invite Mr. Johnson to correct me publicly. I don't think that Franklin Mountain has one iota of criticism or concern about the county's engagement, the county's timing, the county's commitment. Our issues have been related to the creation of the deed, the approval process within a federal agency, and basically the expectations of a title company in order to give title insurance related to this project. So you can ask me, well, what have we learned? We have learned that we can appeal to people, to government agencies, to the state level, to support the progress that's going on in Santa Teresa, and they have stepped up. This process has been more reduced in time frame than normally it would have been. Both the state and the county have clearly told us, we have shortened the time frame for you all more than we've ever done for anybody else. So my sense is that we're not going to do any more land exchanges. What we're going to do is straight out leases between the county and the developing entity, and not have to deal so much with the intricacies and the bureaucracies of federal agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And I think, well, I guess my question is, I think you mentioned all the different steps. And maybe that is the response, is to do leases versus a land swap. But I think you mentioned, I mean, this is an agreement that we had already approved last year, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And so now we're having to make the adjustments, make the amendments, and approve. And I think from what I look at it, when I want to make sure we're working with our private industries like we do, I want to make sure that we streamline that so we know what those road bumps are going, what those speed bumps are going to be, or the potholes, whatever you want to call it, so that we don't have to go through this churn again and again. We can move through step A, B, C, and D. So that's what I'm concerned about, is how do we take this so that hopefully Franklin Mountain partners will, I think as we move forward, we have a more positive we take this into lead to a more positive relationship moving forward. I'm not saying it's been negative, but I want to make sure that as we do all the business that we're doing in Santa Teresa and here in Doña County, that our private partners can see that we're trying to improve and get better and make it so that it's we're trying to make it optimal to be able to bring businesses working with us as a county.
And Mr. Chairman, before Tim responds, we did try to, we introduced legislation, as the commission is aware, to where the Board of Finance wouldn't have to approve projects that had been basically endorsed at the Class A county level, which we are. That legislation worked its way entirely through both houses of the legislature, but was basically vetoed by the governor, because her indication, her perspective in her veto message was that municipalities don't have to go through approval in front of the Board of Finance when it comes to these related property issues. So her perspective was, we shouldn't be letting counties out of that process. We should be bringing in municipalities, so they all still have to go through the process and the approval in front of the Board of Finance. But I can suggest to you that we worked very closely, very expeditiously, and that process, although it could have taken much longer, was shortened in terms of the board. So we've been moving expeditiously, and I do want to tell you, this has taken a lot of time. Ultimately, it's going to be worth it, but I think Mr. Johnson should perhaps give his perspective, because he has nothing other than his direct representation of the company, and he can tell you what he thinks related to the county's processes.
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez, we, first of all, I will tell you, we have nothing but good experience in working with the county. And there is, I mean, I work with a lot of these situations, and this has been one of the, it's a good experience. We've gotten to know the people here. We've worked with them. They've been nothing but interactive with us. We've tried to, we've worked through everything, and I can't sing the praise of your county and your staff any higher. So we're walking away. I personally, and I think as a group, we couldn't say more good things about you. I'll echo Mr. Macias, I guess, thought on the FAA of, I don't think any of us want to have to deal with them again. I think they're somewhat well-intended, but it's more of a process of I don't believe they go through this process on a regular basis at the FAA. And so I believe their learning, I'm hoping their learning curve has improved as much as anything. I know mine personally has on what this amounts to and their procedures, et cetera. But anyway, I have nothing but praise for the county and Mr. Macias and his staff. So, but I'm very appreciative of all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any other questions, any other comments? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. That's okay. Thank you guys so much for hanging here with us, and also for bringing such value to the county. We really appreciate it. We're looking forward to your operations getting underway and all the things you're going to do for the county. And what I will say is, none of us are perfect, okay, except me, of course. No, my wife tells me I am. No, she doesn't. But the point is, what I'm trying to make is that if there's any recommendations, suggestions, ideas, thoughts, anything at all that you can share with this board in an email, so we can make it a better process for the next victim, I would love to have you send me a copy of that. Not that we didn't do well or the best we could, but there's always, as you said, a learning curve. And with your learning curve and our learning curve, there's a possibility that we might make it easier for the next victim in the situation. And so I would love to hear some of your thoughts on that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, and you're all very gracious. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, I'd like to add what Tim said. This is Jacob Harris. I work under Franklin Mountain, and we've had a lot of activity going out. We're actually currently developing the Franklin Mountain packaging building as well, and dealing with the county throughout this whole entire process of getting the building permits done and being able to develop out there has been a great learning experience for myself, but also with the county and, going through the other projects in the past and getting to this one, the improvements that they have made internally has been amazing. It's made the process much more seamless. And we look forward to doing more developments through time, and especially when this gets done and the future possibilities that are in the area, it's very promising. It looks good, and it's great to see the progress that you all have made, like I said, internally, and the future seems bright, and the learning experience is very promising. So thank you again very, very much.
Well, thank you and welcome, and we look forward to working with you closely in the future.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, Commissioners?
And Madam Chair, I just want to note again that this is an action that comes at the end. We've been issued a deed finally from the FAA, so this is basically accepting that. So, I mean, wherever you believe this process should have ended, it's kind of at this point that we're having to accept the deed, and it is a condition of the issuance of the deed to pass this resolution.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds.
I want to thank Mr. Provost because I'm sure he's always been an integral part of all the activities at Jetport. And thank you for your leadership down there as well.
You're welcome. And if I may add a comment on the FAA, welcome to my world. I work with them every day. And in order to not have this issue come up again when we do get the land for the second runway, that we make sure that we consider this and draw the boundaries appropriately when we get the land.
Thank you, Bill. Good job. All right.
See, there you go. There's something we learned right there. I said that's something we learned that we can take to the next one. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
This item does have a resolution number. That number is 2023-48.
Thank you, Brandy. All right, we will now move on to the consent agenda. The board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items of recurring or routine business. Are there any items that commissioners wish to pull off of the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I'd like to request item 16 to be pulled for separate consideration.
Which one?
Item 16, to award a sole source contract to the Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance for economic development services in the amount of $300,000.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any other items that should be pulled?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, I have questions about 15, 18, 20, and 21.
Okay, pardon me. 15,
18,
18,
20, and 21, I believe.
all right. So what I have that the commissioners have requested to pull are 15, 16, 18, 20, and 21, leaving the items on the consent agenda as the following: 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 19, 22, and 23. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Commissioner Reynolds. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Murillo. May I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, so the motion carries unanimously. We will now move on to agenda item number 15.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
consent agenda has multiple resolution numbers.
Thank you.
Be patient, please.
Thank you for jumping in. I appreciate it.
Okay, we have item number 6 is going to be resolution number 2023-49. Item number 7, 2023-50. Item number 8, 2023-51. Item number 12, 2023-52. And we're done.
Thank you, Brandy. All right, we will move on to agenda item number 15, a resolution accepting funding offer for Safe Streets and Roads for All Action Plan from the United States Department of Transportation. And is Mo here? Oh, there he is. Mo, you moved so quickly, I didn't see you. May I have a motion on agenda item number 15, please?
I'll move approval.
Who was that? Was that you, Commissioner Sanchez? Thank you. And a second, please? Commissioner Murillo? Commissioners,
I believe the question is from, when you take it off the consent agenda, there's a question from
there
a
is a question,
commissioner.
so
So we're not
commissioners,
sure what the
who has a
question is.
question? Commissioner Reynolds.
On, let me get the page, I'm trying to get the page number. Okay. It's on page number 118 of the packet. I'm seeing it correctly?
What page number was that, Commissioner? I can't quite-
118.
118.
Thank you.
Sorry, 118 in the packet. The documentation says that we are actually only getting $100,000 from federal government. It looks like that's a typo.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the total project is $500,000. We are getting 400,000 federal grants, and we matching it with 100,000 county funds.
Yeah, it says what we're getting from the federal government here on page 118. It says 100,000 we're getting from the feds.
Madam Chair, although the first page, which is 117, does articulate that the total project is $500,000, the DOT portion is $400,000 or 80%, and then the Doña County match. I believe on 118, I believe that Commissioner Sanchez is, forgive me, Commissioner Reynolds is correct. That should be a 400,000.
Yeah, there's a typo in there.
Yes, sir. That's all. I want to get the documentation correct. That's all.
All right, so for the record, it's 400,000 instead of 500,000 under total?
No, for the record, we're actually, the project is 500,000. The federal match is 400,000. Our match is 100,000.
Thank
Page
you.
118 has the match being 100,000 from both of us, the federal and the state. Just a typo.
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And Madam Chair, just for also clarity, the resolution that's on page 119 does correctly call out the amounts.
Any other questions, comments, Commissioners?
That's right, it does.
Commissioner Shelter Hernandez?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. We will now move on to agenda item number 16.
Chair Chaparro,
Oh,
that
yes, the
item,
resolution number, thank you.
just one. This is resolution number 2023-53.
Thank you, Brandy. We will now move on to agenda item number 16, to award a sole source contract to Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance for economic development services in the amount of $300,000. May I have a motion, please?
I'll move approval, please, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. There's a motion by Commissioner Sanchez.
Second.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Reynolds, second the motion. Question, Commissioner Sanchez?
I was actually going to make a motion that we postpone this to a date certain to the August 8th. I have some concerns with the contract, which is not in the packet. And so I'd like for us to be able to have time to address those. So I'll make a motion to postpone to a date certain on August 8th.
Yeah, I'll second that because he's correct. There's no contract here that we can read through.
Was there not a contract in the email that I saw?
Forgive me, there never is a contract until the commission proves that there isn't. That's not the way we normally do it. I did prepare a contract yesterday in response to Commissioner Sanchez's request for one. But normally what you look at is the scope of work that was included. Certainly the request is nothing unreasonable, so I had the contract, the final version, or what would be our final draft, that normally comes after the approval occurs.
What, was that submitted to you, Commissioner Sanchez?
It was sent to all of the commissioners.
I thought I had seen something in my email yesterday.
And Madam Chair, I think if you look through the contract, one, there's no term or end of term to the contract indicating when it's going to be renewed or required to be renewed. I have questions about the measurements of success that are there because it's all defined by Movida and their board. It does not look like, aside from maybe the county being part of that representation, I question the measurements that we are giving to them because we're essentially giving them a contract and then they're telling us what success looks like. And I would love for us to be able to have maybe offline, at least at a minimum offline, if not, maybe we have conversations about it because I guess, there's just concerns around those pieces that are in the contract.
Well, we have representatives from Avita right now.
Well, Madam Chair, I know we have a motion and a second, and given that, I think we have to.
You should proceed to a
Debate that.
vote on a tabling. It takes
Thank you.
priority.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion. Did you say until the next meeting?
Yeah, it's August 8th.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Sanchez to postpone this agenda item until the next meeting on August the 8th. It's been seconded. Any other discussion, commissioners? May I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
No.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
No. Motion carries 3-2.
May I make a
This
comment?
agenda item will be moved until the next meeting on August 8th.
Madam Chair? Yeah, may I make a
Commissioner Reynolds?
May I make a comment about this? I remember several times we have issues that come before the county, and we have questions on process. As a matter of fact, the contract with NAMI, just the last meeting, was one such contract and one such item. I don't believe that this indicates that we are against this contract. I think this indicates that we would like to do a better job of inspecting the processes of writing these contracts, fulfilling these contracts, as opposed to just up here and approving them. So no one should take this as a negative, but as a way for us to say we need a better view into the processes of the county as to how we do these things. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 18, appointments to Doña County Valuation Protest Board. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. I have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. If you'll come up, Madam Assessor. And Commissioner Reynolds, you had a question regarding this agenda item?
Madam Chair, thank you. Let me get to my notes. I noticed that you had 3 positions we're filling, is that correct?
Yes.
And 2 are actually voting members and 1 is an alternate that's not a voting member. Did I read this correctly? Did you have 4 applicants? Did I read that correctly? Only 3.
Commissioner Reynolds, we had 3 applicants.
But it says you have 4 positions for this board, correct?
Yes, we do have 4 positions.
Okay. Is the one board or 1 position already filled? Is that why you're not filling it? Or is it still vacant and we need other additional applicants?
Commissioner Reynolds, in conversation with PTD, we were having trouble filling the protest board, and we were able to get 2 of the voting members, and we were only able to get 1 alternate. And according to PTD, that was okay that we just had the 1 alternate. It is preferred that you have the 2. However, when you've done everything that you possibly can, reaching out through media, newspaper, and nobody wants to accept the role, they were fine with us having the 1 member as the alternate.
Well, that was my question. I don't have a problem with this. I just wanted to see if, in fact, you had planned to continue to try to recruit another person, or if everybody's happy with it, we'll move forward with the 3 and everything's good. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other comments or questions, commissioners?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. May I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 20, award contract to J29 Enterprises and C&E Industrial and to Cross Construction to provide wastewater system maintenance for county utilities and Camino Real Regional Utility Authority, CRUA, in the amount of $120,000. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo, a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Reynolds, you had a question on this?
I do. Mr. Sombrano, I'm looking over this contract, or looking over this request, and I noticed that we have, I think I read four people who actually bid on the contract. Is that correct? and 3 were chosen. What I don't see in here, because there's no contract attached, again, is I don't see how the work is going to be divvied out between the three people. So if all 3 of them bid, and they all said they could do it for some amount, okay, whatever that is, any one of them individually could do the contract by themselves. Is that correct?
Chair Chaparro, Commissioner Reynolds, yes, sir, that is true. But what we try to do at the end of everything is even the monetary out by the end of the contract. So if one's way ahead, we'll start giving more work to the other one to even everything out at the end of the contract.
Okay, so I'm confused as to why it's a policy when we have a contract for service that one company can provide. We get bids from 3 or 4, we choose 3, and then we give a maintenance contract for each of them and pay them by the hour. Is that what I'm looking at? So let's say I'm one of the companies. What would my contract have on it?
The contract is that they're available to provide the service. Normally, the allotment is on a rotating basis. I think they are indicating one might not be available because these are normally something that you need right away. You have to have a quick response. Then you go to the next company. This is awarding a bid. The maintenance amount in the budget is $120,000.
Okay.
So you have to, the history or the practice at the county has been to try to have at least 3 contractors that are available to come forward to provide the service, because it's not clear that they will be available to do the service when called for.
So let me make sure I understood that. I understand what you said. So what you're telling me then is all 3 of them will get a contract that will not to exceed $120,000. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I did not hear your question.
So am I hearing you correctly when you say that all 3 of them will get a contract to provide maintenance service on an on-call basis not to exceed $120,000? Is that correct? Or is it not to exceed $40,000 since there's 3 of them?
No, it's who's available. I'm sorry, Dan is suggesting that they try to even things, but these are contractors on call. So again, who's ever available, there's an agreement, a contract that later will be put into place, basically saying, yes, I agree, this is my rate, and when the calls come in, either you're available or you're not, and you go to the next one on the list. They try to call on a rotating basis.
Okay.
Yes, sir, especially for emergency services. One contractor may not answer, so we have to go down the line to the other 3, and that's why we carry 3 contractors.
Okay, fine. So we have 3 contractors. So if I have 3 contractors and 2 of them are not available 80% of the time, does the one contractor get 80% of the business?
Yes, sir.
And there's no, now, what has happened in the past? Because I assume we've been doing this, it sounds like, for years. Has it always been balanced so that each one of them get only like 33%, 33.3%? Or has it been one contractor's been able to perform better than others? What's the past record?
Well, Don Boulder, purchasing manager.
Mhm.
I believe it's been pretty even. I don't know exactly the numbers, but they all get work. It's on a task order basis. Each task could be assigned to one or the other. They may be working on one project, and they may be working on another project for the county, two different contractors. But it says on an as-needed basis. When something breaks down and they need it done quick, we have these contractors already set up on a task order basis to come out and do the work. And it is about availability at sometimes. If one of them's not available to come out, go to the next one. It's my understanding that the utility department needs all 3 contractors to make sure that all this work does get done for them.
So is it possible that 2 contractors will show up at the same site and work together?
Not the same site, no. It would be separate, separate sites.
And if I may, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I work under a contract with other contractors, and so the job is sent out, and he who is available at that time will proceed to the job site, and the others are informed that there is already someone else en route to the job site. Am I correct on that?
It isn't sent out to all three. It's done on a rotating basis. Who's ever up next, whoever completed the last job, well, then you go to the next one. If they're not available, they're certainly entitled and they'll be called. But if they're not available, then you go to the next one and you keep on rotating through the three of them. And the three of them normally have basically provided always someone who comes in to do the job.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so they'll be on call. So say like there's a busted pipe, we'll call the first contractor. The one that's up next can't make it. The second one can make it, so they get it. Then say we have another emergency, we'll call the third contractor, and if they can make it, they can make it. And if they can't, we go back to the first one. But they're not called all at the same time.
Ah, okay, thank you. I just was aware that we had a flooding issue at a site, I believe in Sunland Park, and I know that Mr. Westmoreland had explained that to me, and somebody was out there within hours. Yes. And so that was a good thing. Any other questions, Commissioner?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. It would still be nice to see the contracts and kind of understand what the wording is on those as well at some point in time. So I'm not going to postpone this one this time, but I would like it when we have multiple contracts like that. I'd like to see a version of that. Mr. Macias just sent us a contract from yesterday, but it'd be nice to see what we're talking about here as well. If we have some existing contracts from last year, you could probably send me those, all three of them from these companies, and I'd like to see what it looks like.
Sure, we can send you the contracts. We have a boilerplate contract that we send out that we use that has all the approved terms and conditions that's gone through legal. It's the same contract that goes out to all these contractors. The difference is going to be the scope of work. It'll be different on each one of them. But the section 1 of the contract never changes or rarely changes because that's been approved by legal. It's been vetted. It has all the terms and conditions that we need in a contract. But we can send that out to you, sure.
I've seen the boilerplate on several contracts, and it's fine. I'd like to see the specifics that associate with each one of the companies and how they differentiate what one does versus the other one, how they work together. I'd just like to see how that's formed in the contract. So an existing contract from these companies would be the best. So it's already completed, already done, so I can see what it looks like.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioners, any other questions, any other comments? Hearing none, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously. We will now move on to agenda item number 21, award contract to Bohannon Houston to provide wastewater system engineering for county utilities and Camino Real Regional Utility Authority, CRUA, in the amount of $72,000. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Reynolds, you had a question?
I just have one quick question, and it's probably going to be easy to answer. I noticed that Bohannon Houston do a lot of this work for us, and that's not a problem. They're obviously very good, and all my work with them has been excellent. But I also, looking at the analysis of the different people who actually responded, it was very, very close. Have we ever thought about going to somebody that ends up being second just to see if they work out better? If you look at the bid analysis,
Right.
okay, on page page 166, it actually shows that Molson Corbin did a very good job. Bohannon Houston did the best job. They're up by 50 points in the evaluation, and then Freeze and Nichols down a little bit, and SMA down a little bit as well. So do we ever look at this and go, yeah, we're doing a lot of business with them. Should we bring in another contractor for one of these, or do we always go with the highest bid? Or have some
We go
analysis?
with the highest ranked firm unless there's a need for a second contractor. In this case, there wasn't a need. They felt that Bohannon Houston could provide the services they need for the next 4 years. So we don't multi-source award unless there's a need for more than one.
Okay, well, they do a great job. Everything I've worked with them on, they're good. So I don't have a problem with that. But I was just curious about the analysis and whether or not we ever, since it's that close, will we go to two firms like you did with the other one and allow them to split the contract as a trial?
Well, the answer is no. We don't do that unless there's a need to have another contractor. In this instance, the department determined that they only needed the one contractor. So even though they were that close, still were the top-ranked firm.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions, any other comments? Commissioner Sanchez?
Thank you. I just had a question, and I guess it even applies to the previous agenda item we just approved. But when we approve something that's for the county and for CRUA, which is two separate financially we're separated, how do we associate what services get charged to what account?
The task order.
So it would be by who creates the task order, whether it's Doña County Utilities or whether it's CRUA. Whoever creates the task order is responsible for paying.
And then within the financial system, when they put in a purchase order, it's separated by org, fund, and account. So by putting in what that org separates those two.
Okay. In a case like this, where we're talking engineering services for utilities, why is this not approved by CRUA and then provided on to our financial group? I guess I don't understand why the CRUA board is not approving a contract for CRUA. Why are we doing that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I believe we have a contract with CRUA to provide some of these services for them. And I believe that this would be covered under that contract with them, that we then would provide, find the contractors in this case.
So, Mr. Gooden, with the recent JPA that we're trying to negotiate with Sunland Park, would that at all change the agreement we have with CRUA, given the makeup of the board and what's being approved?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, no, because that JPA that we have proposed that was passed by this board and is being considered by Sunland Park still has in it that we will be providing, or that it's not contained in the JPA that we're providing these services, but it is a contract that CRUA has entered into with the county to provide those services. At any point, I believe CRUA could decide, no, we're going to handle our own contracting, we're going to handle our own financial stuff, we're going to handle it all ourselves and cancel that contract. But in the meantime, they've contracted with the county to serve as a fiscal agent and to provide certain services in the area of accounting, insurance, some risk management. We secure their workers' compensation insurance for them. So we're doing that by contract, and this is just part of that contract that we would provide this, obtain these particular types of services for them.
So we're basically just we're just sourcing this, and then they come and use the services based off this contract when they need it?
Right, and they pay the county to provide basically the overall administrative services to them. And again, please remember, this is a $72,000 contract split between two governmental entities. It's a very small contract.
Oh, I understand. I know it's not a, I know we're not talking big dollars even with the last one, but I guess what I'm looking at is just trying to understand where the CRUA board fits into this whole thing and how we find to make sure that we're properly accounting for the billing. And then I think, because then the other question comes up of, I think as we start to, hopefully have discussions, and I think when I look at here in engineering, does this play at all with helping to address any issues we may have in the Santa Teresa area and to provide water, especially in the newer areas where they're doing more and more construction?
Well, it doesn't address the big picture. It does not, and it's not intended to, not within this scope. It's too limited a contract. Basically, this is to have somebody on call that they can consult with when they're having issues. It's not to remedy the bigger issue. And I just want to make sure that many of the individuals that bid, they're basically contracting with the county related to much bigger projects. These are kind of the small, be on call for us when we need to have those discussions with you. And this is approved by the CRUA board when they basically approve the agreement for the county to provide the support services in the wide array of finance, human resources, engineering.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mrs. Thank you, Mr. Gooden.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. All right, any other questions, comments, commissioners? All right, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Commissioner shelter on this? We heard garble.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. All right, we will now move forward with approvals. Agenda item number 24, use state purchasing contract with SWC Telesolutions, DBA Ethos Broadband to construct broadband connectivity from Salem to Radium Springs to include dedicated county fiber infrastructure in the amount not to exceed $4 million. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo, second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sanchez. Good morning, Mr. English, how are you? Well, I guess it's good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So this is the Northern County Broadband Project that actually was started back in '21. And so the purpose of that is to utilize USDA Reconnect 4 grant to build some fiber backbone between Radium Springs and Salem, and in providing services, broadband services to businesses and constituents in that area. And there are a lot of unserved or underserved people in those areas. And so this is also going to improve public safety and connectivity within the county. The county commissioned a study that was done by Magellan. And so they performed the study in their, back in June of 2022. And what their findings were that we suffer from some of the same challenges that other counties suffer from. And that's that overall connectivity is lacking, both in terms of access and affordability, and that the county exhibits slow connection. So there's lack of access outside of the city, the rural areas, and we really need fiber infrastructure that is available in those locations, and not only available, but affordable to the residents and the businesses. It also noted that the abundant, affordable, fast internet access would also would accelerate economic growth in the county. And so if you look at this chart, and this was current pulled, and you see the little white hexagons are actually, there are 0% served in that area. And this is the path between Salem and Radium Springs. And you see there's quite a bit of unserved area along that path. And the only two areas that actually had some service was there's a little bit in Hatch of a 0.15%. And then in Radium Springs, there was actually 8% that were actually served. So there is a great need along this path in the northern part of the county. And just show the timeline of this project. So it started back in June of '21 when the ARPA funds were recommended to be used for this purpose and approved by the board. And then we actually did the Magellan study that was done in 2022. And we also provided a letter of support to Ethos Broadband because they applied for the grant to be able to provide the infrastructure in this area. So we did provide a letter of support. And now finally, Ethos Broadband did actually receive the grant, and that has been awarded of just a little over $9 million. And that was just recently here on July the 5th. And so moving forward, they plan to start their implementation around September the 1st of this year, with them actually being able to provide service to constituents in February of '26. So now I want to turn it over to Misty Willock, and she'll provide more details on their actual implementation project. I'm sorry. Misty is the Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Ethos Broadband.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the County Commission. So thank you for having me again. It's been a while since I've presented to you guys, so I thought I'd give you some great news. We've had some developments over the last year as far as Ethos Broadband goes. As you know, we usually present ourselves as Sacred Wind collectively, and that includes all of the brands. Most recently, we merged with a company called ComNet. With ComNet, we've decided to expand the Ethos Broadband brand across all the brands. Is that better? Oh, thank you. Oh, that's the right one. I'm sorry. So for those of you who are not familiar with Sacred Wind or Ethos Broadband, we were a company that was founded solely to serve underserved communities with voice and broadband services. The company was founded by John Badal. John Badal was previously the president of Quest, New Mexico. My favorite part of my job is I tell our origin story, but I won't bore you with it here. But, you know, let me buy you a cup of coffee and we can talk about it all day long. Once John decided to leave Quest and found Sacred Wind, he was able to purchase a territory from Quest, at the time, Quest. It was about 3,200 square miles. And so while we're not tribally owned, we do serve tribal areas. About 7 years ago, Mr. Badal and the board of Sacred Wind realized that as they were serving these areas, they realized that there was much of New Mexico that was also very underserved or unserved in some cases. So we started, that's what Ethos was born of. We finished a middle mile project that connected the school districts for Truth or Consequences and Hatch, New Mexico. As that moved forward, we started realizing, gosh, you know, these communities are so underserved. In fact, the director of IT for Hatch Public Schools offered to give us land to put a tower to serve that community where he lived. We started exploring grant opportunities. We were able to secure a USDA Reconnect grant, and we have just finished about 80% of the homes in Sierra County, and it also does have some in Doña County. Just a few. So the project that we're proposing here builds on that same concept, right? We use a middle mile project to go after a grant. When I came to you last time, we were seeking your approval and support in building a middle mile that would connect that communications tower that you're building in Salem to Radium Springs. So that's the middle mile, and I'll touch on that a little bit more in just a moment. I'll kind of move on to, I totally got off my slides. So the idea is that we will build on that. With the merger with ComNet, we did have some change in leadership, so I've changed my role a little bit. Neo Nicolau, who I believe you guys are familiar with, is still the general manager. He now reports to Scott Horn. Scott Horn took over the CEO position about 2 months ago. John Badal, the Sacred Wind CEO, is now semi-retired. He still consults for us. We had a CEO shortly after John that stayed on just to kind of help us through the transition, and Scott took the wheel about 2 months ago. Scott has a wealth of experience in finance and broadband with Comcast. So he's kind of leading us into this new generation, which is Ethos Broadband. Now, included in the change in the organization, you'll probably notice that we've added a few VPs, including myself. But this is mostly the broadband business development. So this is what we do. We work specifically with communities that are underserved or unserved and see if there's a way that we can serve it. So with about 2 weeks ago, we found out that we are getting the Reconnect grant that we had hoped to win when we came to you last time. Commissioner Sanchez is kind of smiling over here. So we are really excited. The total grant is $9.25 from USDA Reconnect. We have a cash match from Ethos of $3.1 million. We are also expecting the $3.99 million roughly from Doña County to build that middle mile piece. Without that, we would not be able to pursue this project. The application would not have been possible without the support and innovation of the Doña County manager, Mr. Macias, and of course Bob Bunting and Ken English as kind of heading up the broadband committee. A couple of years ago, Bob asked me to look at building fiber to that tower, the communications tower. We started looking at it, and that's kind of the same way that we ended up with the area and reconnect for Sierra County. We looked at this fiber that would connect the communications tower to Radium Springs and realized almost every community was extremely unserved or underserved. While constructing, so the project, while it's extremely important for law enforcement, firefighters, paramedics, and other first responders, this is equally important. While constructing the Doña County fiber, we plan to invest our own money to install a separate conduit for the backbone of the Reconnect project. By sharing the trench, we'll be able to serve some of the most underserved areas. So now I'm going to touch a little bit on middle mile, just so we can have a clear understanding of what that is. Middle mile is the backbone of a broadband network. It's where everything kind of spurs off of it. We use fiber because it's high capacity, it's future proof. We don't have to worry, we try to bury as much as we can, so we don't have to worry about a careless driver knocking down a pole. We don't have to worry about our crazy winds down here. We don't have to worry about snow, but the wind. So most of that route, as it's designed right now, will be buried. There are a few areas where we would go aerial. The middle mile is important for just to build the laterals that serve the homes and businesses, but it also can be expanded on to connect to other areas. One of the problems that we have down here is we have limited capacity with some of the other incumbents, not to be named, but we need to have multiple pathways out of a market. So what we did in Sierra County is we go north out of our Elephant Butte office and we connect with one of the other providers, and we come south out of Hatch. So that actually gives us redundancy. A lot of times you may notice your cell phone may not work, your internet may not work at home, and that's usually because there's a cut somewhere along that fiber middle mile of the current provider. So we work to make sure that there's redundancy built in. Do you guys have any questions about middle mile? Did I cover it pretty well? Okay. What? Okay. So the network covers over 1,600 homes. We've got a little over 20 anchor institutions that, when we say anchored institution, we mean, county buildings, city buildings, could be federal post offices, libraries. We have about 20 that we pass by, and a little over 100 small businesses. I keep forgetting, thank you. So a little over 100 small businesses. The communities that we serve are Hatch, Rhodey, Rincon, Salem, Placitas, Radium Springs, and Garfield. There are lots of little pocket communities that don't really fall into that, and I want you to know that we didn't leave those out of our planning. This is a not great map because there's really no way to zoom in because it's covering so much area. I'm happy to provide you guys with a KMZ so you can zoom in and you can see all the homes that are going to be covered. Oh, sorry for that. So this is gives you an idea of what fiber construction, what we do when we construct fiber. The first and one of the most important things that we have to do is we need to do some high-level engineering and get permits and right-of-way. The engineering is where we basically draw lines on a map and we say we want to serve these homes. We look at the geography there to make sure, okay, are we putting these clusters in the right areas? Is there a better way to serve? Is there a better route? As we get through permits and rights of way, it gets even more difficult and more complicated. When there's federal lands, usually that federal agency is going to take they call it basically their leading. So they decide when the permits are actually given for everything. One of the things that we will be looking at is land status. So we'll see if there are areas that are not affected by BLM, BOR, any of the agencies that might take a little bit longer for permitting. At first glance, the village of Hatch looks like it's going to be almost all city and county, so we'll be able to turn up Hatch fairly quickly. Once we get through the permits and rights of way, we get into detailed engineering. We have feet on the street, they go out, they take a look. They might even look for areas that it might be a little bit easier to go aerial. One of the most common is when we have to pass through over the river, a bridge, or even the canals. So we'll look at that. They will provide staking sheets at that point. After that, we get the permits, construction begins. The construction's the easiest piece. We think this project will take us about 120 to 150 days from the time we can start construction. Permitting usually takes about 12 months. We'll cross our fingers and hope that we don't run into any archaeological or environmental issues. But again, there's always ways to work around that. So before you, Bob just gave you a copy of our original proposal that we submitted back in February of 2022, I believe. It covers over, there are several components that bring value to Doña County and its residents. The main thing is that this is 28 miles of middle mile fiber construction. There's 3 conduits, and this has got to be one of the most interesting proposals that we've worked on. We worked with your legal department and decided to be proactive and address any issues of anti-donation or anti-competition. So there's 3 conduits that'll be installed. The first conduit is, of course, for Doña County and the tower, the communications tower to Radium Springs Community Center. The second is also owned by the county. And this is an interesting one because that second conduit is going to be completely empty. That means that it can be used if a provider wants to come in and offer competition. You can work directly with them, lease that conduit to that provider. There are probably other state agencies that might also be interested, so that you could actually monetize that second empty conduit. The third conduit is for Ethos. This will be the middle mile that we discussed earlier. That middle mile will have a minimum of 98 fibers throughout. Actually, in ours, it's a minimum of 144. Wait, did I use that right, Bob? So, for to address the anti-donation, we decided that it would make sense for us to provide an in-kind service, and that in-kind will be that we'll provide all the maintenance, break fix for that fiber network for Doña County. And that. So on the last page we have, and actually in your proposals too, it breaks it down. So a rough breakdown of the cost of the middle mile project is that it's $733. The bulk of that is labor and materials. As you know, materials are very expensive right now. We don't expect they're going to go down. The cost of this project is actually probably a bit more than this, but we committed to you 2 years ago that it would not exceed $4 million, so we will be willing to eat that cost. The project management, that is just your typical project management. We'll have field supervisors, people on the street, double checking, making sure everything runs. We have the right materials, the right people, the right contractors. Engineering, that's basically what we went over a few moments ago, so that's the high-level engineering that is also getting into the granular details with staking sheets. And then, of course, rights-of-way and permits, those are never fun, and taxes. That's pretty much it for me.
Thank you very much.
Could you start over? Could you start over?
I'm sorry?
I'm kidding.
Did I what?
No, I say, could you start over? I was just joking.
Commissioners,
Very
any
good, very thorough.
questions, any comments?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez.
I just want to say, Misty, it's been, almost 4 years now?
4 years.
Since we first met.
Yes.
So I want to say thank you to Melanie Goodman at Senator Lujan's office. At the time, it was Senator Udall's office for putting us in contact and starting this process. And really, Bob, thank you so much for the support through the years. I know we've gone through the USDA Reconnect a couple of times already, so it's wonderful news that we're finally successful. And so I'm just, the smile, I'm excited because this has been a long time coming. We've talked about it for ARPA. To see it woven in also with the Salem Power Tower project is exciting. And so I just, we have such a need for broadband service across the county, and to see us continue, successful with this project and start it is, I really don't have the words. So thank you, Misty, and appreciate the partnership with Ethos. Again, Bob, thank you. Thank you, Kent. And, County Manager Macias, thank you for, like I said, it's been a road to be able to do the surveys and step through this. So I'm
It
excited.
certainly has,
Thank you.
and we can't thank you enough for your support and tenacity.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez, and all I can say is, thank goodness it's coming. We're really excited about that. Good job, thank you.
Me too.
And Madam Chair, just so I haven't had a chance to discuss it with Misty, but I have had an opportunity to have some discussions with the office at the state level that has control of additional monies to basically talk about submitting an application. You notice that technically the community of Doña is not included. And so I've had some follow-up discussions in terms of whether even with this project, we could then go to the state to get some supplemental funding to make sure that we're addressing any kind of gaps in the process. I consider Doña to be one of the gaps, although they may have perhaps a higher percentage of broadband already. So it's another step since we're doing this project and we'll be engaged in this project for the next 2 years. I'm assuming that it's a good time to see how we expand the services for those areas that we weren't able to reach.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And I did have a conversation with Kelly from the Office of Broadband a couple of weeks ago, and she did mention that there were other areas. I believe Alex from the office also was involved in that conversation. And Village of Doña Ana was an area that we looked at, but it looked like, as you said, there were homes that were served, but we should definitely look and see where the underserved areas are, and we would love to add that into the future projects, especially with the upcoming BEAD funding, which you probably have seen in the news. It's the New Mexico has $675 million that are going to be there to serve underserved communities.
And again, just, I know that it's clear, but basically through this action, you're committing the $4 million in ARPA that you already set aside. And again, I'm going to have discussions with Misty in terms of utilizing that money as early as possible so that there's no question that by 25, all of it is already expended.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Commissioner Shalder Hernandez?
No questions, Chair.
Thank you. All right, may I have a roll call on this? Roll call vote.
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Gladly, yes. Motion carries. It's a unanimous vote. And I have a, yes, Mr. Macias.
Madam Chair, I don't know if you have a question related to this item on the agenda.
No, I was just going to ask on items 25, 26, 27, and 28, how long the presentation was going to be, because I've been
Madam
asked
Chair.
for a break.
Madam Chair, may I ask that we be a little bit more kind of flexible? There are at least 3 items that have individuals from outside of the county structure that have been waiting here. I was hoping that because I don't think that any of them will take very long, that we could go to those particular items. That way, those individuals can leave. We've already ordered in lunch for the commission. We would recess after that because all of the remaining topics would have county staff engaged with it, and not that I can see here any member of the public. And that even during the lunch half hour that normally we take a break, if we could do it in a closed session so that we can do those closed session items, that's maybe a 10, 15-minute discussion at most. It still would leave the commission an opportunity to eat here, and then after half an hour reconvene to handle the remaining items on the agenda.
All right, we're looking at agenda items 31, 32, and 33. Is that correct?
No, let's see. We're looking at proceeding with 30, 31, I don't think we need to go to 32 and 33 prior to recessing. So it's primarily 30, 31.
Well, we've already done 30.
No, not 30. We've done 29.
29.
Oh, okay,
Forgive
you're
me.
right.
25 and 26 can wait till after lunch, 27 as well, 28 as well, 32 and 33 unless,
Do we have any members of the public here regarding agenda items 32 and 33 preliminary plat approvals? Okay, thank you. I need
that's
better
probably,
glasses. He
that's
blended in.
probably more items than what we can handle expeditiously.
All right, so then we're looking at 30 and 31,
30
is that
and
correct?
31, we go into a half-hour recess, we address the closed session items, then we come back, and then we, again, I would encourage that maybe 32 and 33 go forward at that point, and then we return to our internal items.
All right, then we will proceed with a hearing on agenda item 31, hearing on an ordinance for the issuance of bonds for financing the construction of an affordable senior living facility. May I have a motion?
Okay.
What, do I need a motion on that?
So moved.
Well, yes. Although
Thank you.
that's,
Commissioner Murillo, I have a motion from Commissioner Murillo. May I have a second?
The second.
I have a second from Commissioner Sanchez.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
my point of order question. I'm confused as to, Mr. Macias stopped us from doing the resolution or approving the resolution. Is there a reason, Mr. Macias, are you trying to?
for what?
She was asking for a motion, and you said something in the middle of that. Were you trying to stop the motion?
No, not at all. It's that I was just going to try to go to by order. We're handling 30 and 31, I believe the chair
Oh, you're right. I made a mistake. Thank you.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It
But
doesn't matter at
we
this
can
point.
move forward on 31 because I
31.
have a motion and a second. So I did skip 30 because I wrote it in my book that we had done it, and so I'm stand corrected. Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. I couldn't read my writing.
I see things changing, and I don't know, I see interruptions, and I'm trying to figure out what they're about.
No, I think he was trying to correct me, so inappropriately so. But if we can continue on to 31 because we have a motion and a second.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner, if I might bring up just a point of issue on this. I believe I was contacted by our bond counsel, and they pointed out that the executive summary says it's up to $15 million. I think the notice said up to $15 million. The bond ordinance actually is up to $16 million. 16 is correct. I did discuss it with them, with our bond counsel, and they discussed it. She discussed it with the bond counsel for the entity, and they don't see any issue with proceeding forward with that. But we did want to point out that it is actually bonds up to $16 million. That is the ordinance. And we do have our bond counsel is, I believe, on by WebEx. And also the one for the entity as well.
That's a good question.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. All right, so we are proceeding on 31.
That's correct.
And so who will be speaking first?
With your permission, Madam Chair, I'll go ahead. My name is Parker Shankin. I'm with the Sherman and Howard Law Firm, and we are bond counsel to the developer. And as Mr. Gooden mentioned, I've been in good communications with county's bond counsel as well on the issues he discussed, and thank you for that correction. And we are comfortable proceeding. We're here on behalf of Thomas Development Company related to item 31, which is an ordinance authorizing the issuance of revenue bonds for the purpose of financing an 80-unit affordable housing facility for seniors in Las Cruces. And first, I regret that I'm not able to be there in person, and I appreciate you guys accommodating me remotely. So I'll give a brief run through sort of the structure we're trying to accomplish, its impact on the county, why the county's involved, those sorts of things. And then I know we have our developer team present to answer more interesting questions about the project and, details of that nature. So, you know, initially, I'll go through a little bit of background. As you guys know, federal tax law allows the county to issue tax exempt bonds for its general public purposes for streets and sewers and whatever else it needs to do. And those public projects are financed with tax exempt bonds, which means the bondholder doesn't have to pay interest or income tax on the interest that it receives, which allows the county to get a lower rate of interest. And so that general concept applies to governmental bonds, you know, for all kinds of political subdivisions. There are a scope of private projects that get that same benefit. Congress has enacted a number of categories of what's called private activity bonds, where they want to have that same tax benefit so that these kinds of projects can, you know, avail themselves of that same lower tax exempt interest rate. And one of those categories is called a qualified residential rental project. And essentially what that means is it's a project where the developer agrees to affordability restrictions, rental restrictions, to be sure those units or you know, are available for you know, lower income residents. And you know, that's exactly what this Padrina Apartments is. And in addition, it's a project dedicated to senior affordable residents. And so, excuse me. The count, you know, there's just a couple of questions that if I'm telling you things you already know, please forgive me. But, you know, why is the county involved? What are we doing here in terms of jumping in the middle of this thing? For bonds to be tax exempt, there has to be a governmental issuer in the middle. And so the county steps in this circumstance and becomes what's called a conduit issuer. The county isn't loaning its own money out, and the county certainly isn't promising to repay these bonds or assume any liability with respect to those bonds. They're just they're allowing the structure to be structured as tax exempt by virtue of the county's nature as a political subdivision. So you may recall I sent a memo around prior to inducement resolution that clipped and cut a number of provisions, both from statutes and the proposed documents, that very clearly state that the county's not paying these bonds. They're not responsible. The developer is going to indemnify the county if anything goes wrong. All kinds of protections for the county that are very important in this context. And I'm trying to move quickly because you guys have quite a meeting today. The second reason the county's involved is the county, as a municipality under the Municipal Housing Act, has a unique opportunity to assist the developer in obtaining a property tax exemption. And, you know, the way construction costs have gone recently and the way financing costs have gone with interest rate rising, it's more important than ever that a developer really use every tool available to it to facilitate this kind of a project. And so one of the documents that will be approved in the ordinance is a lease, and the purpose of that lease, again, is for the county to take title to the project, but only for the purpose of, you know, constituting the project as a county, as a municipal, excuse me, a housing project under the Municipal Housing Act, immediately leased back to the developer. The developer assumes all responsibility for operation, ownership, compliance, all those kinds of things, and again, indemnifies the county for those kinds of issues. And so really quickly, I'm going to run through the ordinance just since that's before you, and it'll be a little bit of repetition of what I've already said, but the recitals really walk through the underlying facts and law, and describe the project and describe the financing structure. Section 1 approves the financing agreement.
I'm going to interrupt real quick. I had a question by Mr.
No, what I'm saying is that I don't, unless there's questions, I don't think he needs to literally go through the entirety of the ordinance.
Fine.
Unless there's questions from the commission. I'm just trying to contain, I don't know why there's such an echo, but trying to contain the time frame.
I concur.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioners, any questions, any comments thus far?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez.
I'm just curious. I'm looking at the address at 1955 El Paseo Drive in Las Cruces, and I'm wondering why we are doing the bonds versus the city of Las Cruces.
Madam Chair, again, let me, I'm not sure if our IT can cut that echo out. We discussed this at the last meeting. The proponents had approached the city because the project is contained within the city, or the property is within the city. When I had a discussion with the city in terms of why they didn't go forward with this, they did communicate with me that they felt they had so much on their plate, that they had issues related to the bonds that have been passed. They have a lot of work, that they are familiar with the project, that they're supportive of it, but they just didn't have the time to get to it. That is what was communicated to me. So when the proponents approached in terms of whether the county would be willing to engage in this, again, we have been supporting affordable housing initiatives. Again, we're not committing anything. It's like an industrial revenue bond. That's why I'm not sure if any of the representatives want to add to it, but that is the explanation that was given to me.
And thank you, Mr. Macias. I just wanted to make sure, I think the biggest thing I was worried about is that I don't want to be stepping over the, stepping into with the city and creating precedents where, we cross over, like I said, if it's something where they feel like it's a capacity issue or they've got a, and it's not going to create any conflicts with the city. I think I'm supportive of this.
And Madam Chair and Commissioner Sanchez, I think in general, at least the statements from the commission at the last meeting were very supportive of the effort. I did raise the issue with the city manager directly in terms of whether there was any kind of issue, and I gave him my frank opinion that this doesn't seem like it would cause any additional burden to anyone. I mean, we're not engaged in kind of the supervision of the construction of the project. That's not our purview. Yeah. So he said he wasn't sure either. He would look into it, but he said he had absolutely no problem if the county, proceeded with it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, Commissioner Reynolds?
Madam Chair, is there anyone part of this conversation that's part of the development organization present? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys can step up and say your name. I have a couple of questions.
Mr. Parker, could I ask you that when we're maybe speaking to go mute, because apparently it's your computer that's giving us notable echo feedback here in the chambers, and it is making it a little difficult to hear the speakers.
It's the first time I've seen Parker in a tie for like 6 months. I just want to say. So, yeah.
Does he usually wear a jumpsuit or something else?
Commissioners, my name is Tom Manschreck, Thomas Development Company. My business address is 420 West Main Street, Boise, Idaho. With me is Angie Ferguson, who's the Executive Vice President of Thomas Development Co. Let me go through just a couple of things that I think will help kind of get you more comfortable with what we're doing. Our company has been building affordable housing since 1990. We've built 70-some apartment communities, including probably 20 or 25 that are exclusively designed to rent to low and moderate income seniors. That is the case for this development. I understand there's been some language in some of the documents you've received that may say multi-generational or multi-something or other. But we will enter into a written agreement with New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority and also covenants in these bond documents that will require us to lease to individuals and couples age 55 and older for the next 40 years, so that it will always be a senior affordable apartment community. The city of Las Cruces has, at least in our scorecard, has contributed financially as much to this development, which is about a $27 million development. There are 3 different tranches of money that came out of the city's coffers, unlike the bond issuer, which we're asking the county to be. The money is not coming out of your coffers. The city has put in subordinate cash flow financing, which means they only get paid if we do well, $3.3 million. And in our experience, that's a big number. I also want to point out that we had a number of land use actions. We had to rezone the property and do some variances for height and things like that. We had no less than a half a dozen neighborhood meetings at the high school, on the site, in a variety of other locations. And we had enthusiastic support after we worked through some questions. So all of the entitlement process was enthusiastically supported by the neighbors. The city was very good to work with. We are also utilizing HB Construction based in Albuquerque with an office in El Paso, and meeting with their head of their pre-construction department, who actually lives in Las Cruces. We feel that using a local contractor, an Albuquerque-based contractor, is the right thing to do. We ask our contractors to keep track of local content, if you will, and we've been doing that for many, many years. I would expect that probably 80 cents, the construction contract will be about $19 million, and I would expect about 80 to 85 cents of that money to be spent in this locale. We're very insistent that we give money back to the community as we're developing the apartment community. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. My first question is, have you already bought the property?
Say again?
Have you already purchased the property?
We purchased the property about a year ago, yes.
Okay. The second one is, this is the property almost catty corner diagonal from the Las Cruces High School, is that correct?
That's yes.
Next to the church, right?
Yes, Commissioners, it's across the street, sits down a little bit below grade from El Paseo. There's a little house on there that we'll be taking off. We've got a great relationship with the church. We're going to help them with their community garden and some things like that, so yes.
I also understand that there's a retention pond there and some drainage ditches that are supposed to be maintained on the property?
Commissioner, in addition to utilizing HB Construction from Albuquerque, Tierra West, which is a very good civil engineering land use consultant firm, which has periodically had an office in Las Cruces, does all of our work in New Mexico, and they are cognizant of drainage issues, and we will be repositioning the drainage on the property to the corner that's right across from the park.
Okay. The reason I asked that question is because my constituents have already called me about this and said that the retention that was being done with the property prior to your purchase was actually working in favor of the neighbors as well. And now something has changed, I don't know what, because they tried to explain it to me and I couldn't understand exactly what the problem was. But they told me that the previous ditch that they were using to collect the water to move it to the retention pond is actually overgrown to the point where it's unusable and it needs to be serviced in some way so they can provide what's currently access to the water coming through the retention pond currently. I don't know, but I'd like for you just to ask their people just to take a look at that and see if there's some overgrowth there that needs to be maintained to service the existing community until the construction process here is started. If I hadn't gotten a call, I wouldn't have known about this, but I spent 30 minutes a couple of times on the phone with my constituents saying that you need to do something with the property. And
sure.
I don't know what it is, except I think I should mention it while you're here and get you to look at it.
Commissioner Reynolds, if we could follow up with you and get a contact, or you connect us with the neighbors, we're more than happy to do that outreach and see if there's something we can do to make it a win-win for everybody.
Oh, I want it to be a win-win too. That's why I'm bringing up. If you can give me a card, I'll try to find the number of the person who called me and reach out to them and give your card to them. The second question I have is the 80 unit. Is this supposed to be like an assisted living, or is it going to be totally independent?
Very good question, Commissioner, which we get lots and lots of times. This is, our senior apartment communities are completely independent living. We do not provide meal service. We do not provide CNAs or skilled nursing care. What we do is facilitate providers, Meals on Wheels, senior health care, senior aerobics. There are a plethora of services in any community, including Las Cruces, which are specifically designed for seniors. And we will be there will be 100+ people living there, because probably about 20% of our residents will be two-people households. So we have people who are on our staff who reach out, and we have meeting rooms, we have exercise rooms, we have a library, we have places where people can meet with social service providers in a private setting. So we facilitate others who do that stuff a lot better than we do, coming in and helping our residents enhance the quality of their lives.
I haven't seen the plans. These are going to be single-story buildings, or is it going to be two-story or single-story units?
Commissioner, the
Or three?
development has 4 separate buildings. The main building is 3 stories, 24 units on each floor for a total of 72, 74. And then to buffer, the city of Las Cruces has a El Paseo beautification plan, like many cities do on streets that have significance. And so we were asked to pull the main building back away from El Paseo, and we have fronted our interface with El Paseo with 3 single-level duplexes and a real nice staircase that comes down off of El Paseo. The site will be fenced, gated, and secured.
So it's going to be a lot like Good Samaritan up on Tell Shore. Are you familiar with that unit? Yes.
Say that again, I'm
Good
sorry.
Samaritan is up on Tell Shore. They have three-story units as well, and libraries, and pretty much what you're talking about. No, this sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not opposed to it. I'm just trying to understand what I can expect to see as I drive down that road almost every day. Okay.
Well, we'll invite you to the open house if we're fortunate enough to go forward.
Please do that. Okay, I saw the questions. I'll try to make this contact so you can reach out to them, and you can bring it up if you want. And I'll try to make a contact and get it for you so you can talk to them, and you guys can figure out
Happy
what's
to do
wrong.
that outreach
and I
with your
appreciate it.
constituents.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. And I'd like a card as well. Commissioners, any other comments? All right, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
This item does have a resolution number, I'm sorry, an ordinance number, excuse me. That number is 338-2023.
Thank you, Brandy. Right, we'll move on to agenda item number 30, Franklin Mountain Packaging Economic Development Act, LEDA project ordinance for the award of up to $500,000. Good afternoon, Ms. Ainsworth.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you. Yes, this item is a LEDA award, as you stated, for up to $500,000 for a company, Franklin Mountain Packaging, to locate in Santa Teresa. They will employ a minimum of 106 full-time personnel by December 31st, 2028. This funding, as you know, is provided by the State Economic Development Department, and the county serves as the fiscal agent. So included in your packet is the intergovernmental agreement as well as the project participation agreement. I know that Luis Marquez from EDD is here to represent the state, and I believe Samantha Brendable is representing the company and is here in case there are any questions.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, just so we can, I guess we'll move
Yes.
approval of agenda item number 30. And we'll need a second.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez, second by Commissioner Reynolds. Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Any comments? Hearing none, we will.
I have one comment. Thank you, Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Reynolds.
I love these projects. Thank you, Luis. Appreciate it. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, may I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously, and we will be on a 30-minute break.
And if I may, that item does have a ordinance number. That number is 339-203.
Thank you, Brandy.
Madam Chair, since we are going to go into closed session to handle those items, we would need a motion. I believe that Commissioner Murillo has that motion to make for the record. Because
you.
we're not just in a 30-minute lunch recess, we're actually going into closed session, but with lunch.
All right, may I have the motion, please?
I move that the board convene in closed session pursuant to the attorney-client privilege to discuss pending or threatened litigation related to the settlements with Walgreens, Higma Pharmaceuticals, Amneal Pharmaceuticals, and KVK Tech Incorporated in the matter of opiate litigation MDL 2804 as authorized by the Open Meetings Act 10-15-1H7.
Thank you. There's a motion to convene in closed session. Do I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Murillo, second by Commissioner Sanchez, and I need a vote on that.
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds, Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, we'll be in recess. We'll be in closed session. Thank you. we're ready. We're back at 1:31 PM. And let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session apart from the litigation related to the settlements with Walgreens, Hikma Pharmaceuticals, Amneal Pharmaceuticals, and KVK Tech, Inc. regarding the matter of opioid litigation MDL 2804 as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, statute sanitated 10-15-1, subsection H, number 7. All right, we will now move forward to agenda item number 32, which is the preliminary plat approval for type 3 subdivision to be known as Reyes Westwind Subdivision. May I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion from Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Ms. Ainsworth?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a preliminary plat application for Reyes Westwind Subdivision.
Oh, do you swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
This is a property represented by Paul Pompeo. The property owner is Luis Reyes. It's located at 4760 Northwind Road. The current zoning is D1L, low density, and the property is a little over 10 acres. They are proposing 9 residential lots, and they are all above 1 acre, up to 1.4 acres. The access is through Northwind Road onto Reyes Court with a 50-foot paved road and utility easement. So they were recommended for approval by the P&Z on June 8th with a conditional approval just pending LCPS confirmation that they will be serviced by schools. This is a location. As you can see, it's not a terribly large piece of property, but there it is located. You can see Westwind right here. And the aerial view, primarily in a residential area. That area is agricultural residential. And these are some photos of the area. You can see very residential, rural out there. And the staff and P&Z, as I mentioned, recommended approval, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. That's a nice looking area.
It is.
It is.
Very nice.
Commissioners, any questions, any comments? Commissioner Shalder Hernandez?
I have none, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have one question.
Commissioner Reynolds?
I remember reading the conditional approval, and there was something on there, I can't remember what it was, I was trying to find it. Do you know which page that's on?
For the conditional approval?
Yeah, your recommendation for a
Okay.
conditional approval.
It's only conditional because we have not received confirmation from the public school district.
Okay, that's
that
right,
they-
LCPS,
Yes.
wasn't it? Yeah,
Right.
okay.
So,
And it was something minor.
yes, it's very minor.
Any other questions?
I have-
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes. I didn't see I didn't get a chance to review all this because the packet was just too big, and I apologize. Are they going to have street lights and sidewalks, obviously, right? Sidewalks, yes. Street lights, no?
Streetlights, no. This subdivision, because the lots are 1 acre and larger, do not require lighting.
Okay. I think that's a good idea because of the night sky
Right.
state statute. So I think that's the right thing to do. But there are going to be sidewalks, so no problem.
I believe so.
No sidewalks
The
either?
applicant is saying there are no sidewalks. Do you want to address that?
Boy.
Good afternoon, Paul. How are you? It's good to see you.
Nice to see you again.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I don't have a presentation because I believe staff's presentation was thorough. But Commissioner Reynolds, to answer your question, this will be a private road, so we're meeting those standards of the UDC. And for lots over 1 acre in size do not require sidewalks. So the developer at this point has chosen not to put sidewalks in on this development.
It's sad. Are they gonna, they're not gonna put sidewalks in when they put driveways or anything like that? There's no plan to do them at all?
The driveways will be developed at the time of individual lot development.
Okay, all right.
And Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
I was just going to add some commentary with, I think when you look at around where this is, there are unfortunately no sidewalks anywhere in the local area. I know the local school district or the elementary in the local area would love to have a sidewalk on Westwind Road going to the school, but at the moment there are no sidewalks in that area, and just because it's a stone's throw from where I live. So I think this is where we showed right here on the north side, the Taylor lateral. People, that's about the closest thing we have to a sidewalk is using the ditch banks along that area. So.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Chair, the reason I asked for sidewalks, excuse me, you're talking about 10 acres, right? You said roughly
Yes.
10 acres. So when you talk about 10 acres, and even though the street, just kind of goes like that, that's still a pretty good walk. If somebody wanted to just get out of the house and walk around the neighborhood, rather than having to walk in the streets, I think it'd be a very convenient thing. So you might ask if any of anybody's interested as you go forward, because it's a private road. In my neighborhood, I like to walk. I don't have sidewalks, but I prefer sidewalks. The neighborhood next to me has sidewalks because that's where I do most of my walking. And it's just, I feel safer off the street, instead of in the middle of the street trying to walk something.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds, I understood, and I will pass that request to the developer and see if that's something that they want to do.
Because these are not going to be low-income houses if they've got an acre lot. They're going to be high-end housing, probably.
I would imagine that the comparable value to the houses to the east of where we're at right now, those are the comparable size and value.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Commissioners, any other questions, comments? I'd like to piggyback off of what Commissioner Reynolds said. I really would appreciate your developer taking a harder look at sidewalks because we're going to have kids in that area. And I live in a gated community, but that doesn't stop people from speeding through the cul-de-sac. And it would be very sad indeed if anyone got hurt because of lack of sidewalks.
Understood, Madam Chair, and like I said, I will definitely pass that on to the developer and see if they would be interested in putting those sidewalks in.
Commissioners, anything else? May I have a vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chabato.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Madam
Good
Chair and
afternoon.
Commission, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. All right, we'll move on to Agenda Item 33, preliminary plat approval for Type 2 subdivision to be known as Las Flores Subdivision Phase 2. Ms. Ains, you promise to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this application is it's a type 2 subdivision known as Las Flores Subdivision Phase 2. Okay, located in Berino, zoning is T3. The application is represented by Pillar Engineering, representing Las Cruces Community Farms. The request is for 32 lots on a parcel totaling a little over 6 acres, and the lots will range from 0.138 acres to 0.175 acres. The applicant is requesting a modification to exempt public lighting and to the 10-year, 24-hour storm event collected flow spread, allowing for a 10-foot lane clear of runoff. These modifications were reviewed by staff at the DRC and were recommended for approval. And the P&Z also recommended approval. This particular subdivision being Phase 2 Phase 1 was developed in the same manner, and so it is matching what has already been developed in Phase 1. So on June 22nd, the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of the preliminary plat, including those modifications. The only condition on this approval is just for minor comments to be addressed. And these are just minor corrections on the plat itself that are pending. And so with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Commissioners, any questions? I have a question. So we're looking at 0.138 acres. What are the size of the residences that will be built on those sites? I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
This is an affordable housing development, so these are pretty small homes. But they are developed with the express intent of assisting families that might not otherwise be able to afford a home.
So we're looking at what, 1,100 square feet?
I don't have exact figures, but do you want to?
Marty, come on up. Good afternoon, how are you? Do you promise to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
This development is Phase 2, the Las Cruces subdivision. Tierra del Sol is the one who is purchasing the lots. And when they have the homes built, they have sweat equity that goes into the homes to build part of it. And as far as the size of those homes, I'm not sure what size square foot homes they're putting in. But they are on the smaller side, yes.
Are they individual?
Yes, they're
homes or-
individual lots. The lots are 60 by 110 in size, the smallest.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
You know, Madam Chair, I was wondering kind of the same thing as with the 0.13, 0.13, is that what it is per lot? 0.137?
Yes.
Okay, 0.137 acre. So you're basically talking about 7,000 square feet, roughly maybe 6,000 square feet. Okay, that's about the size of enough for like a good trailer. That's really small. So it's like I had the same thing when I was looking at the list of 1.137 to 0.235, I think is what I read, or something close to that. Those are awfully small lots, so the houses can't be that big. Do you have sidewalks there as well? No?
Yes, sir, we do have sidewalks.
Thank you. And I know it's required lighting. That's good.
No, sir, we're asking for the waiver on the lighting. When Phase 1 when we built Phase 1, the lighting had been taken out of the UDC regulations standards. And then since that time, it's been put back in. And so to have Phase 2 match Phase 1, we're asking for the waiver on no street lights. And there's not street lights in the other subdivision that Tierra del Sol had put in.
I like the dark sky, but what I don't necessarily like is for large compacted neighborhoods not to have more lighting. But I don't know what to do about that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioners, any other questions, any other comments? Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez?
Not at this time.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote? Pardon me?
Did we have a motion on this?
I don't think we had a motion.
We didn't have a motion? Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. I have a motion from Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Now may I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries 4-1.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Good to see you, Marty. Bye. All right, now we will move forward to agenda item number 25. Is that correct, Mr. Macias?
It is, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So it's a resolution adopting the 2025 through 2029 Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan, ICIP. Ms. Blackwell? May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second? I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, I guess good afternoon. Michelle Blackwell, ICIP Coordinator, Engineering Department. Is that better? I'm not usually told to be louder. What I'm here to do is request your approval on the finalizing the ICIP. It is due to the state August 18th, and with 77 items, it might take me a while to get them all entered. We have asked the departments to verify viability and importance of their projects. We're trying to keep the top 10 projects that already have funding so that we can continue to receive funding. The legislature tends to follow up funding with funding, so we're trying to get it farther along. Honestly, at some level, the rankings mean nothing to the legislators. So we've learned that that's not a real issue anymore. So I stand for questions.
And again, Madam Chair, if I might just supplement the comments. This is a requirement from the Department of Finance and Administration. I can tell you that originally when it began, and I believe it might have been during former Governor Martinez's term, they were very adamant that before there could be any legislative funding for any project, that it had to have already appeared on this capital improvement project list. What we have seen during this administration, although they're asking for these lists, and I think it is very beneficial to have just a kind of a complete listing of all of the potential projects, especially for legislators to be able to see the scope of potential projects within their respective districts. It's not absolutely necessary any longer, because certainly if a legislator wants to introduce and make a request for funding or commit funding to a project, they can do it whether it's on this list or not. But it is a process that we're still asked to pursue. So again, I think that if there's any kind of discussion, you can talk about the top 10. I don't know, again, that the order of it is really that significant, or if it gives one project an advantage over another. But all of the others, as long as it's on the list, what number, and to me, it's not so much a priority number as much as it is a number that we can associate. The projects don't go in this form. This is just an internal form that is, helpful to review. Ms. Blackwell has to convert it into a different form related to each and every project so that it is available during the course of the legislative session for funding.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Reynolds?
Madam Chair, I have a couple of questions. What is the status of Tres Caballo?
What is the status? There's been public meetings. There's been a survey of all of the individuals along that proposed paving project. And what our engineering department is doing now is looking to see what plan to pursue for an additional 10 feet of right-of-way.
The reason I ask is because Tres Caballos is a private road, correct?
It is a dedicated easement, but it is not part of the county's road maintenance agreement.
Correct. So we have a process for making those county roads, do we not? Have we followed that process?
So the process, we don't go forward with any process until we know that the project is completely funded. So the approach that we've used, again, so let me go back a little bit. So we have an ordinance that was adopted approximately 5 to 6 years ago related to the process that we're able to use. I think that you're aware that we have already, I don't know a final number, it's easy to get, We have in Roads Initiative 1 and 2, we have a mechanism that allows us to basically go to what you're describing as a private road and basically pave it if it meets the conditions of the road ordinance. And then from that point on, it is developed to county standards, and it is brought into the fold of county-maintained roads. So there are probably hundreds, at least hundreds of miles worth of roads that are in essence an easement to allow people to get back and forth to their homes that may be situated on it. So we have, with all of the demands that have come in related to pave my road, the approach that has been used that if legislators can fund those roads and they can be brought up to county standards, then the county will maintain those roads in the future. Because, let me share my perspective, seeing how it goes back to the 1980s. To a certain degree, the county has been culpable, along with the state, to allow all of these colonias to develop across the county. Dividing a property, no infrastructure being put in. But we don't have the money to be able to go out there and really make a lot of progress in these private easements for public use. So we have communicated with legislators and the public, since the state has an abundance of money, and if they can fund them, and they can be built to county roads, just like these subdivisions that you're just approving, that they'll come under the county umbrella.
So if I understand the requirements for a road to be taken in and maintained by the county, because I've asked for several of my roads in Talavera to be paved as well, because they have a lot of problems. If I understand it correctly, I was told by, I think you and some other people in the county, that the road has to be like a connector road from one road to another road. Is that correct?
For it to be part of the funding directly from the county, it has to be able to contribute to the connectivity.
Correct.
However, so that eliminates most neighborhood roads.
Correct.
Because they don't contribute to the connectivity.
So
that's why we have encouraged residents who are demanding of the county to go in and pave their neighborhood roads. And again, I understand why they want that approach. They don't distinguish. They just want their roads to be paved.
Right.
That they should approach legislators and to see if they can get funding.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking about Tres Caballos is because I look back on last year's funding request for 2022, and the road didn't appear on our request under the ICIP. At least I didn't see one on my copy. Did I miss it?
No, but where it was on the grant agreement that you accepted from the legislature and the funding that this
that was the money, yeah,
commission approved.
but it wasn't on our list of roads, correct?
Well,
our request. We did not request the legislatures to provide us money for Tres Caballos.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe that we, with the ICIP that we submitted, I don't remember requesting that Tres Caballos be considered to be one of the roads that we take in and pave. It wasn't on my list.
No, Tres Caballos was on our ICIP list.
Last year?
At some point, no, probably 2 years ago, because it was funded in two parts.
I would have to go back and look.
Yeah, I'll look back and I didn't see it.
It may have begun as a legislative request.
I think it was. I'm almost sure it was a legislative request.
Yeah, and then because it wasn't enough to finish it, we may have had to add it on later. I would have to do research. I don't want to tell you stories.
Okay, and the reason I'm having this conversation, by the way, I know that the rest of the board members are looking at me like I got two heads, is because we have 3 private roads listed on the current ICIP, item number 56, 68, and 69, which are not in the top 10. But the question is, I don't know that the way we're doing this meets the requirement of Resolution 2018-26, which I think you're referring to as the way that we qualify roads, by the way.
No, these roads were added at the request of a legislator.
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking here is before we start putting roads on our request for the ICIP, that we take the time to review our process to see if we're missing something or something else that we should be doing so that we don't create a precedent in the community about how this is done. Because I don't believe that it's clear to me whether we need to request the roads get paved, the community requests the roads through the senators and representatives, or we're going to basically just pave anything anybody asks. It's just really, when we start putting private roads on this and asking for money for them, I get real confused personally. Maybe the rest of the commissioners don't have a problem with this, but I get confused as to what our policy is and how our policy supports us asking for funding for private roads to pave them and take them into our system when they're not connector roads like our definition of what we require for a county road to be. So I think I'm missing something, and I would like to take these 3 items off and revisit this on August the 8th with a little bit of a discussion about exactly what it's going to take for us to have a policy that supports what we're trying to do.
Okay.
And if I may, because you brought up a point, Commissioner Reynolds, so what I'm understanding is we have our ICIP list. However, if a legislator asks us and says, okay, I'm going to dedicate $1 million to a private road, then we include it on the ICIP list, or am I misunderstanding that?
No, we would be beyond the time frame. The reason I'm trying to see where the third one is, but Firehouse Road and Vine Avenue.
Yeah, it's 56, 68, and 66, I believe. Let me look at that.
Del Cerro Firehouse and Vine, I believe, were the.
Yeah, it's
Del
60,
Cerro is
60,
sidewalks, I'm sorry.
56,
Well, the Del Cerro
68.
sidewalks, but.
Wait, just a second. If we can just speak one at a time, because I'm not
sorry.
keeping up with the numbers
I'm
right now.
sorry.
Thank you.
Number 56 is just sidewalks on Del Cerro roads.
But is it a private road?
It's just sidewalks.
But it's a private road. Do we do sidewalks on all private roads?
Well, and it says roads, so I'm not sure which ones I would have to
Okay.
let you know
The
exactly.
reason I tried to find out whether these were private roads because of the private roads discussion we're having with tractor buyouts. And I believe that I've discovered that 56, 68, and 69 are private roads. If we are going to do private roads, are we going to maintain sidewalks on private roads? Is that a part of our policy?
If they are county property and they've been put in and they have been built up to standards, then yes, we would maintain those.
But I don't believe that these roads have been, is my point. Have they?
Well, let me just clarify. We certainly, I don't have any problem, although kind of the precedence that we were trying to establish was through Tres Caballos. Senator Hamblin asked us if we would include Firehouse and Vine because she would work to get funding for those projects. That's why we've added them on. If the commission wants to remove them, I mean, that's not an issue.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
I think this is a perfect example of something we had talked about when we had Mr. Marquez come and we talked ICIP from the legislature, or the ICIP funding through the legislative session, or capital outlay, excuse me, in that, how is this at all communicated through the BOCC? We're asked to approve an ICIP list, and then I'm hearing of direct requests from legislators, but then we're here in front of a spreadsheet where none of that is communicated to us. And so why don't we have, I think I've asked for this, is that we have a session where we actually look at our ICIP and understand, and maybe invite our legislators so that our legislators can come and talk to us and say, hey, yes, I support this. I would ask for this. This is what I'm asking for. But everything is done just by, you know, we're playing the telephone game at the moment. And I think, unless, did Senator Hamblin reach out to any of you? I don't know, Vice Chair Sheldon Hernandez, did Senator Hamblin reach out to you?
I'm not sure if he heard.
I don't
but
know,
Can I just explain
Sorry,
that?
I'm breaking up. Can you say that again, Commissioner?
I was asking if Senator Hamblin reached out to you about wanting to fund Firehouse and Vine roads, even though they're private roads.
Yes, that was expressed by both Senator Hamlin and Representative Gallego at a community meeting about Tres Caballos, that they wanted to look at Firehouse Road as well to get done as well. So yes, that was expressed by both Senator and Representative.
So I think 1 out of 5 commissioners has been even in part of that discussion. And then now I think, like I said, where I think the concern that Commissioner Reynolds brings up is none of this has been brought up. And none of this is in our preparation in the agenda or having that. So I guess my frustration comes from the fact that, again, there's 5 BOCC members here, and it's just, to me, not fully transparent where the requests come from. And we try to fit it in on an agenda where we have so much to do. I know Chairwoman Chaparro has to leave soon. And it's like we're put under the gun to approve this in order, because I know this puts Michelle in a bad position because she has to submit all this to the state. So why do we wait so long? Why don't we just have a special session and review these and be able to get in depth to understand? Because I think you've tried to simplify it by say only pay attention to the top 10. But here we are. I think, like I said, there's so much more detail in the ICIP and understanding the strategy. I haven't even heard anything from the input from the public, or outside of the online. We haven't engaged the public at all in public meetings, have we? On ICIP to get to understand what their needs are. I just, it's like I said, there's so much here that's done, but I feel like we were with the JPA, with GRUA, where we're pushed to approve this and without proper consideration, without proper education and the full details that we need to be able to do this. And I think it goes back to understanding the strategy of what we're doing as a county, to understand, even if they're the top 5 projects, are they still considered the top 5 just because we've put them there? You know what I mean? Those are the types of things. And I'm sorry, but I'm sorry to my commissioners for my frustration. I just really, I think I've said this multiple times on multiple agenda items, that I very much would love to have details so us to look at, so we can do our due diligence and make sure we're making the right decisions with the money we have from the public and the state. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Well, as far as the public is concerned, I've had several meetings in a couple of 3 meetings in my district, and the public that has attended has expressed to me what is most important to them. Granted, I wasn't able to speak to all the constituents. It's whoever shows up at the time, and that can be anywhere from 3 to 30 people, just depending on the day. Also, regarding the legislators, I did speak to Senator Hamlin, who very quickly explained. I didn't go into detail on that, but I have spoken to the representatives in my district. I know that my district is different from Commissioner Reynolds and Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, and Commissioner Murillo. But I think as commissioners, we also have to make an effort to have open communication with our legislators. And in fact, Commissioner Sanchez, I went to one of your public meetings that was really well attended, where I served as your interpreter at that meeting, because you had Spanish-speaking persons attending. And I thought you had a very good conversation with your constituents in that area. So can we work a little better to have better communication? Absolutely. And maybe if we can, I wouldn't mind a special session on this. I don't know if it's going to be on time, Mr. Macias.
You said August 18th, correct? Sorry, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Commissioner Reynolds.
I think you said August 18th is when we have to submit it?
I have to have 77 applications in by 3 o'clock on the 18th.
Okay. So is that done digital, or do you have to mail it? So you can digitally have them in? All right. So if,
It sounds very
so-
easy. It's a very old database, so
Yes.
it does take a little finagling to get through it, but
so if we gave it to you on the 17th, could you get it done on the 18th? And by
I
the
think
way-
that would be
No,
really
I'm not-
hard.
No, that's not, I'm not, that's not a realistic question. That's a comment is, how, do you need 3 days? Do you need 5 days? Do you need 5 weeks?
if I got it done today, if we approved it today,
Yeah.
I could get pretty close. Many of them are repeats. I'm waiting for, I am also getting applications from the departments. I don't create the applications that I put in because I don't have the engineering backgrounds. I don't have the budgets. So I have an internal application that the departments fill out for each and every project, and then I take that application and make it fit into the state's database application. So there's some jigs that we have to do. For instance, just to change the ranking on a project, I have to take it, because as soon as I touch it in a new year, it changes this year, and it tells me you can't have a number 1 in this year because it's already there. So I have to take it to, 120,
And move it
save
back.
it, go back out, come back in to be able to put it to the right rank. So can I do it? Yes. Will I become an alcoholic? Perhaps.
Well, we're not trying to put any kind of undue pressure on you. However, I agree with, I concur with
And I do too.
Commissioner Sanchez and also Madam Chair, is that this process is not conducive to us providing the kind of feedback and input and understanding that we need in order to do this properly. The one thing that I would say is we had a website open requesting ICIP comments. I'd like to discuss those items. I haven't seen them. I haven't had a chance to peruse the ICIP list to find out what the public said. But I think it's worth us taking the time to do that over the next 3 or 4 days and schedule a special meeting to review this next week sometime. That would be
Commissioner,
my thought.
I have surgery on Thursday. I won't be available for a few days after that.
Okay. Thursday? Okay. Well, we just need a quorum. But I have another item I'd like to discuss as well. Are you wanting to approve this today? Is that what you're saying, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, we have a lot of projects on ICIP. I mean, we don't have to send the 71 projects in.
I know.
I mean, let's send the top 25 so we won't miss the funding for this cycle. Every year we apply for funding. And we can, during that time, we can have a session and also we need the guidance from you all. You have the power to create the new regulation. What do you want on the ICIP? Roads that have a easement and right-of-way dedicated or not? Because one of the issues we're dealing with as an engineer is if I don't have right-of-way, I got to spend money to buy it right-of-way, and I don't feel like I should buy the right-of-way to build the road for you.
Yeah.
You need to pay for their own road. I mean, if you don't want to give us the right-of-way, I don't have the money to build the road. So these are the things that we are challenged every day with dealing with it. I got to meet the criteria for safety, and then the connectivity, the economic impact, the mobility. All these things are the biggest issue that we deal as engineer to pick up a project and build it. And I've been doing that for 40 years. The ICIP process is probably one of the best things ever happened because, and the county has been doing it for a long time. We stopped having public meeting for some reason, but we need to, I work for Texas DOT and New Mexico DOT, and both have the same process. They call it UTP, Uniform Transportation Plan. Everybody has a say-so. Anybody from any citizen and elected official can send requests for a project, and then we have criteria. How do we rate those things? It's not just because you requested that your project going to be in there. Maybe we get 700, requests. We're going to rate them, and your project might end up to be number 600 because you didn't meet the top 10 criteria, which is safety, mobility, economic impact, right-of-way. Do we have enough right-of-way? And right-of-way cost. So it's a lot of issues that as engineer, yeah, we can sit down and design a project, but I gotta make sure it meets environmental requirement, it has drainage issues. I mean, it's because somebody complained about the road, that doesn't mean well, we have a lot of roads. We have 1,400 miles of road in the county. We are the third largest road owner in New Mexico. And I got 700 miles of it paved, 700 unpaved. And these are 700 unpaved county roads. How do we rate those? And I got to deal with that. And if you all want to allow us to send the top 25 for now, and then we come back with the rest of the ICIP and I'd love to have a session with you all, sit down and discuss what's really, because I don't expect you guys to know everything. You're not engineers, we are. But I'm going to show you what's involved in designing a road. This way you can make an educated, except Chair, she went to school for engineering, so I'm not, she knows a lot of stuff, but I'm saying it's a lot of issues and items that we need to discuss and open mind, look at it and see really, is this project a vital project for our county?
Thank you, Mo.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you won't have time to have a special meeting anytime in the near future?
Well, maybe the latter part of next week.
Madam
But
Chair.
my point is, commissioners, is that we have a representative from the county telling us it takes many, many, many man-hours to change an ICIP list. And quite frankly, we have a wonderful staff available to us that we can call before a meeting and say, hey, I'm not understanding this. I need further explanation. Because and I don't mean to be critical, but we're tending to fall into a pattern where we're coming in and maybe not, although this was voluminous because it took me a couple of days to get through this packet. But if we can reach out to our staff and say, where is this coming from? Engineering, we have 2 good assistant county managers that every time I've called, our attorney, Mr. Macias, and anytime I've called, they'll take our calls. And so I would like to proceed with this because if we don't, then we may miss a timeline that we have been told we have to meet.
If I may, just to answer some of your other questions. The ICIP is not only used for legislative funding. Many of the other state granting agencies, I know the Water Trust Board, I believe Colonias, they encourage that the projects are on here. So if we don't include some of these smaller hopeful projects, then we can't seek funding from other sources within the state. So that's a reason that some of the little projects tend to be on there. Community centers are big ones. They can get funding from other things. Also, where you were asking about if a legislator just funds it, and yes, we have, I believe last year we had 4 or 5 where they were not on our list and they give us money. So our option is we accept it and make the project work, or we start rejecting state monies.
Yeah,
And we're not in a position where we think that's a good idea. So, but yes, they can just make up a project and give us money, and we either have to make it work or we have to tell them we don't want the money.
Thank you. Mr. Macias, you had a comment?
Madam Chair, and again, forgive me, just be patient with me. Let me give you a little bit of information. It seems like when we do this, it precipitates a kind of a discussion or a debate. It's not meant to. 80% of this list or more, maybe 85%, is the same projects that we've had on for the last 2 years that the Commission has approved. So I want to tell you, if you want to see the new projects that have been added because of public input, it's the last page, maybe page and a half. So the majority.
If I may, just real quick, any item that does not have an ICIP number in that column is a new project on this year's because it has not been previously entered into the state's ICIP. The ICIP number is generated by the state database.
So how many don't have an item?
I'll tell you now.
I was gonna say not many.
Blank.
So I don't want to speak out of turn. The numbers right on the left-hand side
I see.
on the right, the
So-
ICIP number.
There are 20, 20 projects that do not have an ICIP number
Okay.
out of 78. So 25% of the projects
No, that
on this.
just cannot be correct. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll have to have
I'd
a
be-
discussion with Michelle. But if you look at La Mesa Community Park, if you look at the Chaparral Public Health, if you look at the Casas Lindas, those are Tortugas Park improvements, Castillo Road. Those are projects that have been on our ICIP list before. And I do want to suggest that what I tried to do to make it easier for you to review, I sent you all of the projects in your district in order just to do a very quick review. So I really think that the majority of this has been previously approved. If it does have an ICIP number, then I would suggest that we, unless any of you see that a prior project that was approved shouldn't be on this list, I mean, we certainly can go forward with those. We went through a process, and I've become more and more of a believer in this posting on our website. We probably had a more robust response than we've ever had in any of our public meetings, certainly in the participation. And from that, we gleaned what the public was asking for in terms of new projects. And those were added. Because, I mean,
Madam Chair.
I would take advantage of hearing a little bit, rather than kind of debating the process, is to hear just a little bit of input in terms of whether these projects should be here or not. Commissioner Reynolds began with that process in terms of asking, should any of these roads that aren't already county-maintained roads, should they be on this list? They're on the list because we got a request from a legislator to put it on the list, and we're trying to accommodate that as well.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, and Mr. Macias, I do appreciate the fact that we have requests from representatives, the state representative and senators. I guess my question, and what I'm trying to connect here on the dots, is if they make a request, does our policy, the resolution 2018-26, allow us to act on that request? Because we get requests all the time. And I appreciate those requests. I appreciate the fact that they want to do something. But if the policy that we have in place, the ordinance, the statute, the resolution, does not support us acting on that, then we need to change our policy, okay? Or we need to not act on it. So we have two choices as a board. We either say we're going to ignore the policy and we're going to act on everything that's requested by elected officials, or we're going to change the policy so we can act on those officially, or we're going to violate our own statutes and ordinances, which we do on many occasions. And all I'm trying to say is, let's make a decision. Are we going to be a legal organization, or are we going to break the rules? And if the rules are there to be followed, we should figure out what the rules are and follow them or change them. And that's what this board is about. When I look at this policy, and I've heard for 4.5 years now that we do not accept private roads, we don't pave private roads unless they're a connector road from Loman to 70 or something like that, that we don't mess with them. And then you come to me and tell me we've got a dead-end road in Tres Caballos and fire, wherever the fire road is, we got two dead-end roads we're going to be paving. It's a slap in the face to every one of my 43,000 constituents who don't live in that district, that have private roads that they're trying to get paved for the last 5 years. So I just want to create a policy and have a policy that encompasses as much as we can and benefit the public without violating it, okay? And I'm not comfortable with the way this has been going today, last year, the year before, and I think Commissioner Sanchez has said the same thing. I don't want to dwell on that anymore, okay, except because I've got something much more important to discuss about this ICIP. I'd like to get that done so we can decide either we're going to vote or we're going to do another meeting next week sometime. Okay,
So-
that's all right with you all.
So, Madam Chair, kind of let me suggest that, again, all it is a motion to remove those 3 roads. I mean, you start there. You just make a motion.
Well, I have another
Eliminate
motion.
them
It's more
until
important.
there's a different policy and those 3 roads are no longer there. And that doesn't become an issue until we come back and make some kind of amendment to the ordinance.
Thank you. I will do that. I've got one more item I'd like to talk about, item 2 on the agenda.
Item 2 on the list, you mean?
On the ICIP, yes, sir. Number
Yeah,
2.
which is the courthouse.
That's the courthouse, yes.
Right.
And what I'd like to say about the courthouse is this. We can go on and move with this funding, just like we did in the last session. They got a little bit of money, they didn't get a lot of money. Do you know what the court wants to accomplish by 2030, sir?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what the Third Judicial Court would like to accomplish by 2030?
Well, certainly what they want to accomplish is certainly an expansion and a continuing expansion of the courthouse based on the allocation of judges.
Okay. And how many judges would they like to have benches for in 2030?
If I remember at least the discussions, an additional 5.
Okay, which would take them to 14 or 15, correct?
No, there's 10 now, it would take them to.
15. Okay, that's my understanding as well. If we fund this $10 million and we do the build out right now, how are we going to we're going to add 2 courtrooms. Okay, that'll take them to 10. How are we going to fund another 5?
Take them to 12.
Okay, well, how are we going to fund the rest of those other courtrooms over the next term unless we're going to do another, what, 20, 30 million? Because they would like to actually build out a complex that has the district attorney, the magistrate court, the third judicial court, the public defender, and all of those in the same building if possible.
There is no such plan, Commissioner. Forgive me. I don't know who you're having the conversations with. They have absolutely no prioritization for either the district attorney, the public defender. They have a magistrate court system that is completely independently funded and operated from the county. How can they possibly be communicating to that to you? They cannot. They cannot.
Okay.
The administrative office of the courts handles the magistrate court system. It is not the responsibility of the county. The county only has the responsibility to, 1, house the district court, and 2, to provide housing to the district attorney's office. We have no statutory obligation for the public defender nor the magistrate. So I'm sorry, Commissioner, that cannot be a conversation that could have ever have happened.
Okay.
That is no communication that has been suggested in any possible way to me.
Well, I appreciate you calling me a liar in public.
Well,
but
no, I'm not
let me
calling you
finish.
that.
May I finish,
I'm
sir?
sorry, I'm going to call order here. That I didn't hear the word liar, and I will state this, that the public defender pays for their own building. We do have a statutory obligation to the DEA's office, the district attorney's office, and also the district court judges. Magistrate court stands on its own. It's on Calle Alegra off of Main Street, and they have plenty of room to grow, whereas the district court does not. So let's just be respectful of each other. So what was the question, Commissioner Reynolds?
Madam Chair, I apologize that I interpreted incorrectly, but when he tells me that there's no that I could never have a conversation like that, and he assumes that I haven't had that conversation, I believe he's saying that I'm not telling the truth. So I apologize for making it disruptive. That wasn't my intention. However, look, if you guys don't understand what I understand, that's okay. We'll move with this. But if we do try to expand the court again in 3 or 4 years, which is what it's going to take to get to 15 courts, it's going to be a lot tougher to get the money necessary to do what I think they want to do if we give them this $10 million. That's my position. It doesn't mean everybody has to agree to it. Okay, thank you for
Well,
the time.
and also, Commissioner, the money doesn't come, it'll come from the legislators, and I know that they've been having conversations with the presiding judge and the other judges regarding the expansion of the courthouse. It takes a lot to get extra courtrooms for the judges, and just on a separate note, that court is just so overwhelmed. And I see that a lot. And so anyway, anything else, commissioners? All right, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds, Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Commissioner. Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, I didn't quite hear that. Okay, he must be in a pocket where we can't hear him.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes. Right now, it's a tie vote. Mr. Gooden, what's
Chair,
it?
I
would not
believe
pass.
his vote was no.
Okay, I didn't hear that. I know he was in Tier C, and there's a problem with coverage there. Oh, he's back on. Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, what was your vote?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible now. Commissioner, what was your vote?
Okay. Oh,
Mr. Gooden, he's in that area where he's going to have a limited coverage.
Madam Chair, I believe if we only take the current votes, I believe this would not pass. If I understand what Mr. Gooden said, then if the Vice Chair had indicated a no vote, it would still not pass. But however you'd like to continue on as the Chair, I just wanted to.
Mr. Gooden?
Madam Chair, I think it would be best to clarify his vote because his vote either would result in it passing or not passing. As it stands right now with the 2-2, it does not pass. But if he's not able to vote because he's not on the meeting, then there's no vote from him. But I think he tried to express a vote. I don't know if perhaps somebody can, I don't know. You know, that's one of the problems with the video meetings, quite frankly. We have people participating that aren't present. So, and I understand circumstances require that, but
May I ask a question? What is the consequence of this not passing?
Well, it doesn't pass.
Well, I understand that, but
there's-
as far as what the state is requiring us.
Again, the state is
from us.
requiring that by the 18th of August, that we upload the ICIP list onto their system.
But I have to send a resolution with them.
All right,
So
well,
I don't know if you kill it today, if it's dead, or if it's, we can bring it back. I don't know.
it can be brought back. I think it's, because I think the reason for it not passing today was questions. So I think it can be brought back on for consideration. So I don't think this just kills it forever, but it does then would require another meeting to flesh it out.
so our next meeting
And
is
again,
scheduled
Madam
for.
Chair, give us an opportunity to reach out to the commissioners to see what it is that they're concerned about so that we can see what kind of modifications. Because other than the issue over the roads that were added, I didn't hear anything specific to any project other than the question about the court, but that doubles the price tag.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioner Sanchez, besides the roads, were there any other questions on the ICIP that were just
Yes.
something that you need to address?
I would love to understand, again, the public feedback. Where I understand getting public feedback was not just to create new projects, it's to understand what are their thoughts of the current ranking. And that's why I think where Mr. Macias had indicated that, you know, we added new projects, but which of the projects are most important to the public? I mean, if we were to ask them, and I only bring this up because we were just talking about it, the judicial district court, is that important to them? And if not, that can, the public perception can greatly affect the funding we get through capital outlay, because the legislators are, and I'm not saying that they won't support it, but I think when they have people that advocate for different projects, I think that's where we're getting these last projects that come in, because they're getting feedback from the community. And if the community says, we don't think the district court is a priority, well, we're going to end up with the same results that we have with the Third Judicial Court, where we don't get a significant amount of capital outlay because we're getting funding for other projects that the public does feel is important. So I guess where I'm wondering is, I would love to see that feedback. I am, again, where I can understand, and I looked through the emails where I got on the 19th, the projects, Wednesday, so less than a week ago, I got the latest draft for my district. And then we didn't get, and I think we had the initial one about a week ago, but then we got an amended one yesterday. So it's a moving file, it's living document, you should say. But I guess where I get frustrated is that there's 5 of us trying to make a decision, and if there's a project that is important countywide, I'm not saying that it shouldn't be a priority, because if something in Commissioner Murillo's district is important and takes precedence over my district, and I understand that, I will support it, but it gives me the education and the ability to talk to my constituents to say, hey, we're going to focus on the project in this district because we have residents that are getting flooded every summer and we're doing this or do that. That's where I think only focusing on our own districts is not productive for all 5 of the BOCC. And it goes back to, again, the strategy, because I want to be able to communicate to my constituents what's important to Commissioner Reynolds' district, to Chair Chaparro's district, to Vice Chair Sheldon Hernandez's district. So,
Oh, and I don't think anybody understood, I don't think anybody took it that way, Commissioner Sanchez, that we were not trying to work with the other commissioners.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that.
District, but,
Yeah.
but my question was, were there any other specific projects so that the staff knows what to work on? Not such a general response, but is there anything that's just pressing that is on this ICIP list that's just a burning question for you at this point? Because we've heard from Commissioner Reynolds on those 3 streets. So is there anything that you'd like the staff to work on at this point?
I was going to ask 2 questions. One was on item number 51, which is the brush truck fire apparatus. And I was wondering if, while it's on here and not trying to diminish it from capital outlay or ICIP, but understanding if we've ever looked through the state to try to get funding through their wildfire grant program for those apparatus. I guess that's number 1. And then number 2, I think I was communicating with Mr. Gwynn offline, so I'll continue on the Salem drainage improvements, because I know we had discussed where we got $700,000 last year, but the price has increased, so I was just trying to understand the scope. So those are it. Like I said, and those can be taken offline.
If I may
Okay,
just.
and if I may, I just had Mr. Gooden come and share with me that people heard that Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez had voted no, so it doesn't pass. So the motion.
And also, Madam Chair, Brandy said she thought she heard a pretty clear no as well. She's the one recording the vote there.
Thank you. I was focused on other things and I didn't quite hear it. So motion dies 3-2.
Madam Chair, just as a point of information, I'm going to ask Michelle if she will go now. We have all of the comments that came in, and there was a robust response. We had some letters from the Empowerment Congress. We had some other communications. I'm going to ask her if she will please prepare that entire listing, because it won't take much to do it. And if she needs any support, we can provide that to her. And then basically send it out to the commissioners later this afternoon so that they have that they can begin that review.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Macias. I have a question. I need to leave no later than 3 o'clock. And so if the chair leaves and the vice chair is unavailable,
then the remaining members of the commission designate someone to act as the chair.
Thank you.
But
Let's move on to agenda item 26. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez. I have a second by Commissioner Murillo. Good afternoon, Ms. Darwood.
Good afternoon. Today, I would be going over three presentations. So the first one is our FY23 year-end budget adjustments. Our fiscal year ended on June 30th, and there are certain adjustments which we need to make in order to close our books. We have 10 entries today. 8 of them are for gross receipt tax, GRT, and the last 2 for utilities, so wastewater. So moving on to the first slide, we have the 1/16th GRT, which came in higher than budgeted. So we are increasing the revenue by 476,000. And then we are also increasing the expense for the GRT admin fee. This is a 3% fee which New Mexico Tax and Rev charges us, and you would be seeing it in all the entries. The balance is being transferred 7/12 to DASO and 5/12 to fire based on resolution 2006-55. The next entry we have is for hold harmless GRT. Again, we are increasing the revenue by 2.68 million. We are increasing our GRT admin fee expense by 38,000, and then 1/8 is going to DASO, 1/8 to detention, and 1/8 to hold harmless capital projects. The amount of transfer to each is 880,596. Our environmental GRT also came in more than budgeted, so we are increasing the revenue by 483,906. We are also recording the GRT admin fee expense. We are increasing it by 11,259. For all other gross receipt tax, we are increasing the revenue by 2.49 million. And again, we have to increase the GRT admin fee expense by 87,560. For Spaceport GRT, the revenue that we are increasing is 2.26 million. And then we are increasing the expenses for the intercept by 1.64 million. Public school payments, we are increasing the expense by 547,000, and then GRT admin fee 36,534. The total Spaceport GRT received is 14.33 million, and the total amount paid out to school districts during the fiscal year was 3.47 million. On the 1/16th Medicaid intercept, we are increasing both the revenue and expenditures by 1.241 million. The last 2 entries are for water and sanitation GRT. We are increasing that, the revenue and expense by 2,353, and cannabis excise tax, we are increasing the revenue by 15,544 and expense by 466. The total amount of cannabis excise tax received during the year was 110,544. For wastewater for La Union, the expense is increasing by 38,933, and for Rincon by $500 to cover budget conditions. For Rincon, it was related to payroll, and for La Union, it was for repair, emergency repair that needed to be done. So these were the 10 year-end adjustment entries. Please let me know if you have any questions. The next presentation I have is the FY23 year-end report, which would show how we did throughout the fiscal year.
Thank you, Ms. Tarwood. Commissioners, any questions, any comments? May I have a vote? Thank you.
Madam Chair, did we have a motion?
No, we didn't.
Yes,
Yes, we did.
we did.
On this
It
one?
was, I made the motion,
He
seconded
made a
by
motion, second, yeah.
Commissioner Murillo.
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
My vote is yes.
And Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to.
This, I apologize, this item has a resolution number. That number is 2023. What? dash
53? 54.
54.
54. Thank
54.
you.
Yeah, let me see. 54.
Next agenda item is agenda item number 26, year-end budget revision and budget resolution for FY fiscal year 2023 budget. Ms. Dogwood. Oh, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo, a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Ms. Dogwood.
So we would be going over the year-end report for the fourth quarter. The first slide has all the revenues. It includes the general fund as well as the other revenues. And we would be following the same template and format throughout this presentation. The first column shows the FY23 adopted budget, which was adopted on 1st July 2022. The second column shows the adjusted budget. Throughout the year, we had been coming before the BOCC to make adjustments for certain items like GRT grants and others. The third column shows the actuals for FY23, how much revenues we had received during this fiscal year. And the last column shows the difference between the actual and the adjusted budget. So we can see that the gross receipt tax, GRTs, property taxes, these came in higher than what we had budgeted. The only item where we had to adjust our budget down was equalization. We had budgeted at 6.76 million. We received 4.29 in FY23. Property taxes also are 2.5 million higher than the adjusted budget. Fees and service charge, this includes the care of prisoners, utility wastewater, and the El Paso Electric franchise fee. This was also 3.5 million higher. Miscellaneous here includes the Local Assistance Tribal Consistency Fund, LATCF, and also the PILT. This was 1.76 million higher. The taxes here are gas, flood, and cannabis tax. They were 0.12 million higher. Penalty and interest was close to what we had budgeted. This includes the wastewater late charges and property tax process. Investment income was 3.1 million higher than budgeted. And the next three items that we have are the state distributions, fire, EMS, and these were close to what was budgeted. Grants, since we budget them as soon as the award is received, sometimes they're not completed in that fiscal year and they're carried forward to the next fiscal year. Under fair value adjustment, this is done for accounting purposes. It does not reflect an actual loss. By the time these investments mature, we would have recovered any loss. So if we take out the state distributions, grant, and fair value adjustment, we received 17% more revenues than what we had budgeted. That's 26.34 million more. The next slide shows the revenues only for general fund. So again, in property taxes, we are 2.5 million higher than budgeted. The GRTs were also slightly higher than what was originally budgeted. Fees and service charge here, again, includes the franchise fee from El Paso Electric and the building permits, clerk fee, landfill fee. Miscellaneous includes the PILT, which is the biggest portion. It was also 0.37 million higher than budgeted. Penalty and interest was about the same as was budgeted. Investment income is higher by 1.56 million. Grants in general fund include the BLM illegal dumping grant, and the fair value adjustment is done for accounting purposes. If we take out the grants and fair value adjustment, overall, our revenues in general fund are 7.5% or 7.31 million higher than what we had budgeted. Moving on to expenditures for fiscal year 23. This slide shows all the expenses, including the general fund. So personnel costs, we were 1.95 million under budget. In this fiscal year, 27 pay periods were posted. We had only budgeted 26, because of which, when we go to the departments, you might see some negatives there. Operating costs were 9.67 million under budget. Debt services are for GEO bond series and other NMFA loans that we have to pay. They were close to budget. The capital outlay, we are 25.3 million under budget. The reason being that several projects would be completed in this fiscal year. Some of them include the detention center projects, roads initiatives, and these flood projects, which would be carried over to the next fiscal year. The state distributions are the law enforcement protection, EMS, and fire distributions, where we were 1.23 million under budget. These funds would be carried over, and grants, again, they are multi-year grants, which were all budgeted in the first year, so the expenditures are less than budgeted. The next slide would show expenditures only for general fund. So here again, the personnel costs are 1.3 million under budget. Operating costs are 4.98 million under budget. In capital outlay, we have 1.86 million under budget. These would be carried over. This includes the community development, land development software, DASO, drones, crime scene unit, bait cars, which some of the items would be carried over to the next year. And grants in general fund is the illegal BLM dumping grant. So now we would be going over the general fund departments. So first we have the public safety department. In the sheriff's office, we were 1.37 million under budget. The biggest portion of that is capital, which makes up 958,000, about $1 million. So the capital projects which were not completed in this FY23 were carried forward to the next year. Also, in salary and benefits, there was 227,000, and operations 558,000. In fire, we were 38,000 under budget, and salary and benefits accounted for 14,000, operations 24,000. OEM, we were 53,000 under budget, of which 36,000 made up salaries, operations was 17,000. Moving on to the elected official department, clerk's budget was over by 203,000, and it went over because of salaries. As I mentioned, 27 pay periods posted in FY23, and also they were fully staffed for majority of the year. The assessor's office was 200,000 under budget. So salary and benefits made up for this amount. The treasurer's office was 17,000 over budget. Again, salaries and benefits went over budget because of 27 pay periods posting in this fiscal year. Commissioners was 9,000 over budget, and salaries and benefits made up for this reason, the additional pay period that posted. Probate office was 27,000 under budget, and also salary and benefits was 15,000. Of that, 12,000 was operating. Continuing with other general fund departments, county manager was 630,000 under budget. Salary and benefits made up 47,000. Operations made up 356. Then emergency fund made up 165. This includes external agency budgets as well as the emergency fund. Risk management was 1.548 million under budget, and most of these budgetary savings came from bigger contracts like law enforcement. Deductible was only 80,000. It was budgeted for 505. Workman's compensation was 404,000. The budget was 750. General liability was 1.2 million versus 1.5 million, and there were savings in litigation settlement. IT was 691,000 under budget. Salary and benefits made up 36,000, and operations made up 583,000. Human resources was 530 under budget. Salaries and benefits made up 128,000, and operations was 402. The savings also came from retiree insurance premiums. Finance is 141,568 under budget. Salary and benefits made up 62,000, and operating costs 79,000. Legal was 389,000 under budget. 15,000 was salary and benefits, and operations was 374,000. 335 budget savings were in professional services. Public information was 84,000 under budget. Salaries and benefits made up 47,000 of that, and operations was 131,000. County auditor was 7,900 over budget. It was due to salary and benefits, as we had 27 pay periods post this year. And non-departmental items here include the GRT admin fee, accrued interest purchased. This was over budget, but we have enough salary savings throughout general fund to cover any overages. Moving on to community services, community development was 1.1 million under budget. Salary and benefits made up 590,000, and operations was 123. Capital was 389, which is the land development software. Animal control was 389,000 under budget, and salary and benefits made up 263,000 of that. Operating cost was 126. Community services, non-departmental items was 123,000 under budget. It includes waste exchange budget and funds received for landfill use. In public works, facilities and parks was 395,000 under budget, of which 280 was capital, and they had operating costs of 120. Vector control was 43,000 over budget. Reason being salary and benefits, they went 41,000 over because they were fully staffed, and also 27 pay periods posted this year. Fairgrounds was 19,000 under budget, which was 26,000 of that. 26,000 was operations. They were under budget there. Utilities was 160,000. Salary and benefits for administrative staff made up for that amount. The non-departmental items here include the solid and liquid waste costs, and we were 294,000 under budget. Here is a summary of the previous 4 slides. So in public safety, where we had DASO, fire, and OEM, we were 1.829 under budget. In elected officials, where we had clerk, assessors, treasurer, commissioners, and probate, we were 2,000 over budget. Administration, where we had county manager, risk, IT, HR, finance, legal, PIO, we were 3.8 million under budget. Community services, which includes community development and animal control, we are 1.6 million under budget. Public works, which includes facilities, vectors, fairgrounds, and utilities, we were 827,000 under budget, and grants, we were 85,000 under budget. So overall, the amount is 8.217 million budgetary savings. So now, looking at the other departments, detention were 2.351 million under budget, of which salary and benefits made up 338,000. Operations were 1.5 million under budget, and capital was 1.2 million. It includes several projects, including the water control system, shower inserts, parking improvements, which will continue on in FY24. Fire excise tax, we were 7 million under budget. Capital accounted for 6.7 million of that. They have several vehicles, and as well as fire station upgrades and remodel that would continue on in FY24. Flood commission is 6.1 million under budget. That's primarily due to capital projects, which will continue on to the next fiscal year. Healthcare assistance fund is 673,000 under budget. In operations, there was 661,000 under budget. Road funds had 569,000. Salary and benefits made up 236,000, and operations was 322,000. Fleet is 2.288 million under budget, and it's mainly capital. Many of the vehicles which were ordered were not received and paid in FY23. HHS is 859,000 under budget, and that includes salary and benefits of 273,000 and operations 586,000. Utilities was 1.36 under budget. So operations made up 400,000, and capital here was 952,000. Assessor's office was 311,000 under budget, and operations were 224, salaries was 88,000. Jetport is 89,000 under budget, of which 40,000 is salaries and 50,000 operations. Overall, departments stayed within their budgets, and we have we had been under budget by 21.66 million. So now, looking at the entire fiscal year's recap, we see that we began our fiscal year with 183.35 million in cash reserves. During the year, we earned revenues of 227 million. We had expenditures of 223.47 million. We also have some adjustments at year end, And our ending cash balance is 198.15 million. We would be showing this amount also when we discuss the FY24 final budget. So this is the ending cash balance that we have. We are also required to maintain a reserve of 23.18 million on this as per DFA. So our fourth quarter report for the entire fiscal year is due to DFA on 31st July. And please let me know if there are any questions on this presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Starwood. Commissioners, any questions, any comments?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Just curious, and looking through, and I maybe missed the explanation as you were trying to, go through this, but on the general fund department detail, slide 7, you're looking at the county managers being 630, almost 631,000 under the budget. What was the driver for those cost savings?
So here, this budget also includes the external agency budgets and emergency fund. So we had increased the adopted budget to adjust for increases at mid-year. So we were 631,000 under budget. Salaries and benefits made up 47,000 of that. Operating expenses made up 356,000. The emergency fund was 165,000, which was not used in this fiscal year. And billed fund contracts were under by 47,000.
So the operations, you said, what would be the driver in that?
The 356,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so I can defer to Lucio if he can look it up.
And I guess, maybe we can just take them offline. I understand we're kind of in a time crunch, so I just love to understand and see where, because I understand like a lot of these, even when you go to the the different special funding or the non-general fund that you had talked about here, being 22 million, I think a majority of that was capital expenditures that weren't expended during this year. So I'd love to be able to maybe sit down and understand that better.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, Lucio Latrell, Budget Officer, a majority of the savings in operating costs was due to professional services. There was around 320,000 unspent that was intended for the strategic plan that I believe has begun, is in process. And so he will be budgeting for that next year as well.
Okay, great. Thank you, Lucio. Thank you, Asma. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
He's not out of pocket any longer. Thank you very much. May I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries 5-1.
This item does have a resolution number, 2023-55.
And fellow commissioners, I have a previous meeting that I had discussed with you earlier. Commissioner Murillo has kindly agreed to run the remainder of the meeting, if that's all right with the commissioners. And we could just designate her as chair for the last agenda item and also for correspondence. Commissioner Reynolds, is that cool with you? Commissioner Sanchez? Great. Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. May I have a motion on agenda item 28, resolution adopting Doña County's fiscal year 2023-24 final budget?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez. May I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Murillo. And for the record, I'm departing. Thank you.
You have the floor.
Okay. So now we would, now I would be presenting item number 28, the FY24 final proposed budget. So we had presented the preliminary budget in May, and today what we would be going over are just the changes from the preliminary to the final. So there are some changes in revenues and expenditures. We'll be going over those. We would show the overview of the budget recap, and then our next steps for submission to DFA. So our revenues have increased by 6.9 million. The biggest portion of that is grants. Grants have increased by 6.4 million. So this is the biggest one again here is the student internship grant, about 4 million has been added here. Also, our property tax revenue has increased by 543,000 based on DFA's final valuation. And we would be looking at this in the upcoming slides, the numbers. Our expenditure budget has increased by 6.389 million. Here again, capital in process makes up 3.48 million of that. New capital is 150,000. Operations, we are decreasing by 110,000. And then grants are being added for 3.058 million. And state distributions are being reduced by 192,000. So under capital in process, the adjustments that we're making in operating is 110,000 for the ERP project. The amount is being reduced. In capital projects, detention is being increased by 430,000 for their boiler replacement, kitchen AC camera system expansion. Fire excise tax is being reduced by 1.964 million. The biggest impact is because the radios was budgeted at 1.8 million. Now they have received a grant and they're reducing it to 165,000. For fleet vehicles, we are adding 1.56 million. This is for vehicles for vector control, animal control, community development, facilities, codes, and roads. The IT phone system, we are adding 71,000. For utility grant matches, it's being reduced by 120,000. Roads initiative, 3.14 million is being added. That is to budget for remaining balance of roads initiative 2. OEM facility design, 351,000 is being added for remaining balance of their facility design. The new capital is, we're adding 150,000 for DASO's security cameras. State distributions are being adjusted by 192,470 and to reflect the remaining distribution balances. Grants are being increased by 3.058 million. And the new position request there is for inventory technician senior. It will not have any impact on the budget because fire got partially funded for another, partially funding the chief fire position, and that budgetary savings would be used for this position. So this slide shows the county-wide revenue. The first column shows the preliminary FY24 budget presented in May. The next column is the final proposed budget and the difference. So in revenues, the increase we have is 543,000 for property tax based on DFA valuation, and then 6.4 million in grants, which includes the student internship grant for 4 million. On the expenditure side, the only changes we have is 110,000 in operations for the ERP system. In capital outlay, there is 3.633 million. State distribution, we are adjusting it by 192,000 based on actual year-end balances. And grants, we are increasing it by 3.58 million. So this gives us a budget recap in millions. The first column has the beginning cash balance, which is 198 million. It was also in our last fourth quarter presentation. During the year, we are budgeting revenues of 271 million and expenditures of 338.99 million. So if all the revenues are received and expenditures are done as per this budget, the ending cash balance would be 130 million. We are required to maintain a reserve of 23.18 million, which would leave us with an ending cash balance of 107 million. And the use of reserves would be 67.82 million. However, based on the last several fiscal years, we can see that we usually spend much less than what we put in our budget, and our revenues have been coming in higher. So we do not dip into our reserves, rather we add to the cash balance at the end of the fiscal year. So this slide shows the total our revenues are going to be 271 million and expenditures would be 339 million. However, if we take out the restricted funds and the one-time expenditure items, we would have a budget surplus of 0.53 million. So our recurring revenues are 530,000 higher than our recurring expenditures for this fiscal year, FY24. So the final budget is also due to DFA on 31st July, along with the fourth quarter report. In the month of August, we will be preparing the final budget book, and September 1st is the date when DFA approves our final budget and sends us a notification. Please let me know if you have any questions on the final budget.
Any further discussion regarding this item? I see and hear none. May I have roll call, please?
Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
This item does have a resolution number. That number is 2023-56.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any correspondence today on item, what is it, 34? Brandy?
Yes, we have a few. I have Manuel Vargas versus Doña County, the family of Thomas Howard Smith Jr. versus Doña County, Jose Chavez, Gabriel Chavez, Joni Chavez versus Doña County, and Ana Obregon versus Doña County.
Thank you. So now this concludes the meeting. Meeting is adjourned at 3:08 p.m. Thank you.